do 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 da da da. Oh, start just looking at you. What's up, people? We're doing some more Ace Attorney today, earlier than usual, much earlier, because we've got lots to do, lots of people to see, and we really like this game, so we wanna finish it. But I don't think we're gonna. We really want to get into it. We want to get as much done as we can before Captain McD falls asleep. Start playing from the same game now? Yes. So last we left off, dude's daily vigil remembered his past life, which involved him jumping out of a window at the prospect of losing his job because he let out the most terrifying serial killer that the country has seen.
I feel like it wouldn't just be the prospect of losing your job. It'd be like,
everyone.
I'm gonna go.
Oh, not even charged. You're gonna get like lynched by people. And it's the biggest thing ever. So, I mean, it's kind of crazy that his wife did not know for 10 years this man did not have a job. And also the Gregson thing, which was insane, of like, yeah, man, I helped him just make appearances and stuff, is like, that's ridiculous and probably not true, but the evidence actually kind of points towards that one.
Well, that's why I was
which
like,
is weird.
I think they probably worked together on certain things if they have that little apartment that has evidence for both of them, but it might not just be in the capacity that he told us in court.
Yeah, there's obviously going to be a lot more to it, so we're going to find out that today, hopefully. Okay, so let us begin. 2nd November, 3:38 p.m. Sholmes' suite. I still can't quite believe what just happened.
I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover.
Right. Yeah. 10 years ago now. Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Bless you. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out in the open.
I mean, Cosmo was just...
we were fine, and then Cosmo said it. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? I mean, Cosmo was just like, trust me, we gotta do this.
Yeah.
And we're like, honestly, we were at a dead end. We were ready to lose at that point.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, hey. Oh, we were spacing out a little bit there, weren't we?
Cheerfulness.
Yo, let's go. Yo, Mina, what's up? Thanks for joining us on this early shift we've got going on today. How you doing? Oh, Iris.
You're miles away. Anyway, I've brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh.
It just like after, oh man. I didn't see you almost start streaming. I hit live and saw you come online. Oh, okay. I mean, I hope I didn't interrupt anything too big. What were you going to go stream?
Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? Oh, well. Nice. When we came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave.
Oh, man, when are we gonna tell Iris? When are we gonna tell Iris?
Apparently
this
never.
Poor girl. She will never know.
I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in the world that should perhaps never be solved.
Really? What?
For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
Oh, that's... Never tell Iris, sad face. I know, right? What does that mean? That boy needs therapy.
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important for him.
That's so true.
But that's what I like about Hurley, after all.
I suppose that's the lot of great detective. That's the lot of a great detective in some ways. Converse with Iris? Nope.
So then, let's have tea, and then I'll give you a hand.
Yay! Iris! Iris in the party. Oh, do you have time, Iris?
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline.
Yeah, aren't we like out of rent like literally tomorrow?
Yep.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes.
I'm sure that's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
Oh, now converse with Iris. There you go. You just see the 4 buttons pop up from the bottom of the screen. You're just like, yeah, let's get to work. Iris, what do you think of... I think I feel like showing Iris right now.
I was gonna say, she knows science. I'd show her stuff like the firecracker.
Iris, what can you tell me about this gun?
She might know about guns.
She might know about
guns.
Iris, do you know anything about guns? Let's see. Let's see if we get generic text. Iris, have a look at this. Oh, that seems like generic text to me.
It's not right. I thought you were supposed to say objection or the like when you present evidence.
No, that's only in court.
That's not fair. If you won't say it, then I won't look.
Objection!
Objection.
Yay, that was great. Right, next.
All right, I get the message. Someone's on the mood for looking at things. You wanna look at these fireworks? They're cool. You like fireworks? Yeah, no. Okay, nothing. All right.
Not just talk to her?
We can just talk to her. I just clicked present because I feel like Iris deserves a present.
Give her a present?
I would love to give Iris a present.
Christmas?
It's Christmas. Wait, you think I should get like a Santa hat? Maybe I should. I'll just.
I feel like it's a bit early. You can wait.
It's a bit early. Okay, well I'll just put this on my head. There you go. Nice.
It's red and white.
It's red and white. It's Christmas. It's Christmas. Just okay. Wait, can I like rotate this a little bit? Add a Santa hat, but a stationary one. Okay, wait. Let me see if I can find like a crappy PNG. I mean, a good PNG. Let me find a good PNG. This is gonna take like a second. Santa hat PNG. Better not be one of those lie ones. Okay, which one of these do you think is the most trustworthy? CaptnmcD.
I mean,
These are all probably lies. Let's get like a nice. Let's try. Oh, I see Pinterest there. I don't want to click Pinterest. Ooh, this one looks. No, I think this one's a fake one. Oh yeah, that's fake. Wait, maybe I can just. Okay, no, I think I've got the. I just need to navigate this like maze of links to properly get. Is it this one? It's like navigating a minefield when you go to these websites to just like download a single fucking image. Wait, is it this? Nope. Okay, that didn't do anything. How come I can't? Let me get this. Come on, just give me the fucking file. What's so wrong? No, don't give me the fake one. Where's the real one?
there is no real one.
No, there's a real link in here somewhere. I've used this site before. Okay, F it. Okay, this site. No, F this site. Okay, let's try one more Santa head. If I don't get this working, then I'll just give up on it. Oh, this guy. Are you a real PNG? You look the same as the other fake PNG. Why is there green Santa? What the fuck is this RuneScape character doing here?
He does have hats, so he's allowed to be here.
He's got a. This guy's got a Santa hat. Okay, this is not working out. Oh wait, maybe it's this one. No, I don't want to. Okay, no. Download transparent PNG. Let's go. Did I get it? I think I got the file I needed. Okay. Let's see. Chapeau. Mary Chapeau. Okay, wait. Alright. Transform! Wait, no, that's too early. Oh, I think it's a real one. There we go. Hell yeah. Grimace. Grimace. Thank you, internet. Look at that. Nice and festive. So I need to click the present command as often as I can. Put a lie one. The lie ones are great. Yeah, just like a high-res Christmas. Yeah, give me the JPEG with the checkerboard in the back. Oh, like those are the best PNGs.
It's snow.
Yeah, it's snow. All right, here we go. Let's get back. Let's get back to the game. Morning's trial.
So, how did it go in court this morning?
Did you come?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody.
Excuse me. Yes.
Yes, that's right. We managed to uncover several new facts as well.
Oh, can you grab me a Coke? I'm gonna add it to this one.
Oh, really?
And there was another development too. Kazuma.
Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. And the way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed.
I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past.
I mean, this
Yeah, he's rude now.
Goal.
I'm rude now. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent.
Because he had to make his way here. He had to charm.
Oh, he's
people
really gotta
to come over here, and now he's like, I'm on the trail.
Yeah, now that he's on the trail, he's used up his friendly charisma, and now he's got to be aggressive. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. The Reaper's innocence. If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out. Just by examining the corpse, surely.
We took the corpse away, Iris.
Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious.
There's still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there?
Do you mean?
I mean, what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place?
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
But then why was that notice board in there covered in all those particular papers? Papers about the cases with a link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, it sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late.
Yeah, we gotta find out what he was up to. Gregson's movements. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements.
Well, according to this entry in his diary,
You're into reading diaries now?
he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death.
You never let us read anybody's diary.
You never let us read anybody's diary. The hell, Sasato? Seems kind of unfair.
Do you not respect Gregson?
I mean, maybe not. The answer to that may genuinely just be no.
Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley?
Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating.
I do wish it had been the other way around.
Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification, which is insane. Like, just what the fuck?
You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my. Yes, you're absolutely right, Iris.
But why would Gregson need an alibi?
It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
Perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar, like lies.
I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies.
Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson...
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
I think work is trying to contact me right now. They'll leave a message. Mr. Vigil's condition.
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband.
Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? Is it the one hospital that we've interacted with?
Probably.
Ah, it's St. Sinners.
Yep.
Oh, there you go. It's the one hospital. I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. How convenient.
But that's amazing, Runo. You found the lady's husband already.
Well, I suppose I have. By accident.
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Oh, sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
Oh, yeah, after that depressing statement, Iris is just like, oh, this is horrible. And Rinosuke, wait, there's more. It gets even worse.
She's like, it was already bad.
It was, how horrible. Oh, you haven't even heard the whole of it yet. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregsy? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
I mean, I thought her idea before of making an alibi is pretty good. Whenever Greggs has to do something that he doesn't want to be associated with, if you have an alibi for a Gregson being somewhere else.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the idea is he's looking into the Reaper. Like, that part's pretty evident. But it might just be like, don't investigate the Reaper, man. The people that do go missing. And that's just like, shit, maybe you got busted.
Jean was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now.
Yeah.
Including you, Runo.
What did we do?
What? I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. What did we do? We didn't even do anything.
That means he has ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
Back to St. Sinners, then. Well, we've got that plan of action now, at least. Oh.
Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let's investigate, my dear fellows.
Oh, you know what? Okay, wait. I have to change this image here. Do I have an iris? I don't think I have an iris emote.
You do.
Do I? Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's iris time. Wait, oh, iris is too little. I need to largen. There we go. There we go. It's iris time.
Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone has anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will set them straight.
That water pistol?
It's stuffed full of piping hot, extra special blend of mine.
Oh, it's full of tea.
Oh, it's full of tea. It's a tea gun.
Hot tea.
Then I'm sure it will be very effective.
Oh, how dangerous. Third-degree burns
right
coming. Oh, no. Oh, it smells delicious. I better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen. Still, let's go and see what we can find out. Yes! Yes! Oh, okay. I always enjoy when you get the cutscene and they get just put back to the 4 buttons here. Let's go! Stare back at each other face to face. Okay, so I can't go there. I can't go to the prison governor's office, but I can go right to prison.
Because Zeke's is in prison.
Yeah, we can go see Zeke's. Mr. Vigil's hospital bed. It looks a little cleaner than before.
Well, there's not the canvas and that big rat. And
yeah, there's no more big rat.
Bag on the ground.
There's no more buddy rat. 2nd of November, St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3. Oh, okay, well.
Read his report on the end of its bed.
I don't see anyone here. Let's read this. These must be the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Tendency to jump from windows. Remember to place cushion at base of wall outside. Oh my god.
That's his bed for sure.
That's his bed for sure. Tendency to jump out windows?
He's done it once.
Like, did he try again lately? Like, is that what the sign is for?
Maybe.
Oh god. Sorry, picking something up. Just picking stuff up in the ground. Aren't we a story up from the ground here? I don't think a cushion would do anything, honestly. This hospital's wild. It really is. Oh dear. Poor Mr. Vigil. I can't help feeling there's a better solution to the problem than a cushion, though.
Lock the window.
Yeah, lock the window. Finding something you'd lost isn't always a happy experience, as it turns out. Pursuing the truth can be a very dark business sometimes, can't it? Yes, I'm afraid it can. Who is here? Patient treatment notes. What do these say, I wonder? Endlessly obliging. I suppose that's referring to the patient in his bed. I would think so, and until Mr. Vigil is a little more stable. It's probably just as well that he is a kindly person in the neighboring bed. The endlessly part is a little worrying, though, isn't it? I mean, what if Mr. Vigil suddenly declared that he'd like to take a trip out the window? Would this endlessly obliging patient simply open it for him and say, "Be my guest"? Yeah. Yes, let me help you. Let's check with the doctor later. Oh my goodness, yo. No, it's too cold. Why would you open the window? Can you see it's winter? He couldn't possibly have jumped out the window. It was winter. Only a psycho would do that. There are lots of bottles in that cabinet there, aren't there? You think it's safe to keep them there? If you're a patient here, I feel sure you'd take some medicine by mistake when you were half asleep.
That's what you said before. She
That's...
thinks we're gonna be too hungry that we're gonna eat.
Yeah, that's a worry. But at least the cabinet has a lock, even if it's only a flimsy-looking one.
I've no doubt you'd manage to unlock that somehow while you were half asleep as well.
There are limits even to what I can do when I'm half asleep, you know, Mrs. Sato.
What's the garbage can got?
Garbage, do you have any? No.
Randomly in the
It has
middle of
no
the floor.
secrets for us.
It just seems in an odd place. Like it's in front of cupboard doors.
Yeah? Where else are you gonna put this garbage bin?
Beside the cupboard instead of in front of the cupboard?
There's no room. Look,
So you
between
can open
the
it?
bed and there, it's full.
Look at that hook at the window.
Which hook at the window? Like this?
The pole.
Which,
that's
oh, this
on the
business?
ceiling? Why does it have a hook on the end?
Oh, that's probably for a curtain to like put in front of here.
Okay.
That's what I think it is. So that, you know, you don't see someone in here initially. Like, it's probably for a curtain like this. An incident screen. Also, whoa, these guys have the windows open and it's snowing outside? Psychos. Alright. Yeah, so I guess nothing here yet. We are not yet ready to interact with, Vigil.
We haven't gone to prison.
We need to go to prison. Let's talk to Zeke's. Yo, Zeke's my boy.
Oh, he's got a book.
He's got a book now.
So he doesn't have to pretend to read that one page.
He doesn't have to
forever.
read that one page over and over again. 2nd November, local prison, cell 1.
Lord Van Zeeks is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. Zeeks.
What he does best.
Hey,
Ignores
Zeeks.
us while he's
Come on, Zeeks. You can't ignore us forever. We're your lawyer. There we go. What do you Nipponese want?
As a blanket statement, we have a small
We have a
non-Nipponese
small
girl with
English
us.
girl with us. Yeah, that's no way to greet the lawyer who's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Whoa.
Whoa, he's addressing us by name. Oh, it's like he's our bro now.
Lord Van Zieks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very strange. Yeah, we're friends now. Bros, right? Fist bump?
We're not your learned friend.
Yeah,
we're
we're-
actually Mr. Naruhodo.
We're actually Mr. Naruhodo. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you, by your fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see. Yes.
Well, he is your apprentice, so he probably works in a way that you...
Yeah, he probably likes the way, you probably like the way he works, because he's copying you. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of you two. I suppose it's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part?
I mean, he
Da-da-da.
didn't fight against it. He just let it happen because they were like, crime rates are down because
Yeah.
of this, even if it's not you.
Reaper's identity. You once told me that you gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper, because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London.
Yep.
If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone's clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone's using you. I guess. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him, or rather, expose the organization.
Organization? Oh, it's a whole organization.
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
So he was imitating Greg's because he thinks he's involved?
He thinks Greg's was the guy feeding them info.
I mean, he might think anybody is, so he investigates people in turn.
Well, I mean, he's got to check every avenue, right?
Yeah.
So, it's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson. Wait, it was him?
think it's
What?
No!
Gregson, the Reaper? What? Oh my god, Gregson's secret.
I feel like that would make him a very good actor because he was like, yo, I'm gonna transfer to France because
Yeah.
I'm worried about
Gina.
this poor little orphan girl getting off by the Reaper, and he made it sound very believable.
Yeah, it's...
So,
No.
like I said, he's either an excellent actor.
Or do you think maybe he's, like, involved, but, like, not as involved as he thinks? Like, what if he's unwittingly involved? I don't know.
Well, I was gonna say, if Zeke's is following and gets to that apartment, which seems like Greg's would come there and thinks that's the like straw, he's the one. What if Greg's is doing exactly what Van Zieks was doing?
Yeah, what if they're both investigating and they just find each other?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the reason you're investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of the organization.
I don't believe it. Are you saying that Gregsy, that he was behind all those awful criminals meeting there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector.
Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then?
Actually, I do have a name.
You what?
Spit it out, man.
Well, if you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then.
Or, if I can name the woman.
Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin.
That's the last one.
That's the last one! We have finally found the last name. Shin? What? That's gotta be a Japanese name. What? Okay, but we have finally, in Act 4, Part 2, gotten a hint of what that last name on the list was that we've never encountered until now. Wait, what? Shin? What? Miss Asa Shin? Her name is fucking Assassin? Hold up. You know what? It only hit me when I said that. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. Then, just when that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? What? Did we hear her referred to as Asa Shin before? I don't think so.
Mr. Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson, because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Man, just fuck, man. We have to tell her.
Yeah, you need to tell her. If you're saying we shouldn't do it here, we should do it at home, that's fine. Don't make her cry in prison. But
yeah,
tell her.
Tell her. Oh my god. Assassin. It was the assassin.
I should let father know at once.
Yes, I agree. Prosecutor Asogi.
Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asogi. You say he's a friend of yours.
He's the reason we came here.
My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Bryn. I have nothing but respect for him.
Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father.
Genshin Ahsoki, the professor.
It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
I see.
But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that damned Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine.
What? He saved your life? How did that happen? Maybe that guy was framed, but we'll get to that.
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. What was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point, then.
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep. Don't make a peep. You're coming with us. Yo, okay, whoa, why does he look so cool? Holy shit. Damn.
We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves.
But he had a sword.
Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, why? Damn, Genshin looks pretty fucking sick.
The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, it's Van Zieks, all right. We got him!
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come... If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Ahsoki's voice, just a whisper in my ear.
Bang! Did he take the hit?
After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me.
He just caught it.
Yo, did he catch? He just fucking caught the bullet. He did a bullet catch.
It was in his hand.
2 days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks. Damn.
You said that he actually...
Yo, the guy took a bullet for you, man.
Of the canker that was not get-riddable yourself. What if Clint and him worked together to do... what happened?
Like if they were like, we're gonna fake each other's deaths or something? Or like what? What do you mean?
To get rid of the nobles that...
Oh, if Clint was in on it.
Ruining society.
Oh, and then people turned on Clint and then Genshin or something? Or what do you mean?
Well, I'm saying if it was like Clint's plan and Genshin's like supporting him, and then Clint gets murdered in their attempts, but then Ahsoki is just still around, but was like he was the good guy, protects this, and then just gets tagged with it because the other guy's dead.
Oh, okay. So it's like Clint and Genshin were like on a team.
Yeah.
But then Clint is die, Genshin gets blamed for it. Okay.
That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
Well, thank you for confiding in me.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Josiah Brett.
Mr. Naruhodo, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray!
Oh man, Iris has to find out.
Yeah.
She has to find out in this scene. Heidi B been lurking for a hot minute. Yo, what's up, Luke Lee? Thanks for chilling. Even if you're lurking, it's cool.
Yo,
If you're here to just enjoy the story, it's all good.
do you think that Soseki would not have survived if Josiah Brett survived. She was already in Japan to continue cleaning up.
Oh man, yo. Imagine Soseki was next. Oh god. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Alright, let's go to the hotel.
I think
A
he
new
wasn't
location.
a big enough fish.
Yeah, Soseki wasn't like...
I think they would have let him.
Yeah, Soseki was just kind of like by accident, a lot of these things. He's involved with a lot of things on purpose. 2nd November, Great Waterloo Hotel. Foyer.
I thought it yesterday, and I think it again today. This place is so princely.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow too.
My tea is a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Yes, Iris, you have the best tea.
Ah, look who we have here. This is an unexpected pleasure.
Hey, Signor Mikotoba.
Father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely.
What a charming young lady. And you are? Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you?
Oh, I like her little curtsy.
That's me, Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly and with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes.
Hee hee.
Aww. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is. Believe me.
Then you'd be
God,
Intimidated.
Intimidated.
Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was truly exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there.
No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me.
Ah, I forgot the Mikotobas can read minds. Really?
You didn't miss a step against Ahsoki, and we all know how capable he is. He's not impressive anymore, we already expect that from him. Really, to have matured into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
Yeah, he was already stellar, so
Yeah.
we knew he was
He was already
amazing
good.
in court. You were a bumble.
I was a bumble.
Now you're not a bumble anymore, so that's impressive.
Yeah, I was level 1 Bumble, now I'm level 99 Courtmaster. It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear.
What I saw in court today confirmed what I'd been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruto. I trust you haven't forgotten.
Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you?
But first, we have something to report, Father.
Of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further?
I wonder where Judge Jigoku has got to. Yo, I need to see Judge Jigoku again, man. That dude is dapper as all hell. He's got a sick beard. He's a very powerful man. About the Reaper.
Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey?
I've heard rumors. Some members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge.
Right, he didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home.
Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today. That was Barrock, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe.
That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else.
I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here.
Exactly. Someone by the name of Asashin, in fact.
I beg your pardon? Did you say assassin? You mean that Jazai Brett woman who was responsible for killing my great friend?
Oh no, a friend of yours was killed.
Just come on. She needs to know.
Oh, Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now.
Because the friend the professor's talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway.
There's no good
There's
time
never
to
gonna be a
tell
good
somebody
time.
that they're...
Their dad is like secret dead overseas.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's gonna be complex. It's gonna suck. And the more you put it off, the worse it's gonna be.
Yeah, she's gonna be like, why didn't you tell me? For like 5
For
years?
a year. Yeah.
When are you gonna tell her, man?
If you told her at the beginning, she could have grieved and, you know.
Yeah.
There have been months. Dr. Wilson's death.
I've just remembered something. Biscuits in this hotel has the most delicious looking biscuit.
Oh, I can't click it.
She's gonna take
That was rather out of the blue.
Iris away so we
she's
can
gonna
talk.
She's doing this deliberately.
I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh yes. You just tried to leave me behind.
See?
Oh, man.
Distraction.
Man. No.
So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she?
Yes, that's right.
And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes, I know. That's the name of her father, you see.
Her father? Oh, Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he'd shown me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yume University 4 years ago.
But he was murdered last year by Jazai Brett. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about the case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father.
Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. But I think I can say with some certainty that he was never the great detective's partner.
Huh? So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think?
Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure.
That's what we thought, yes. I mean, I guess that's a reason.
If you think that it's a different
If it's a different one. Like, I mean, it's like, oh no, who was killed? John Smith. Oh no, sorry, Iris Smith. Yeah, right. Like, it's like a, or a John Doe, you know.
Yeah, but how many people are traveling between Britain and Japan in those times where it takes you like a month and a half on boat to get there? And our forensic scientists
I just, man,
on
I don't
that
know.
cusp of that field even being invented.
I'm like trying to play devil's advocate on this one, and it's still ridiculous.
We're back with cinnamon biscuits.
Ooh, they smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon would go very well with the tea they serve here, don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris.
Mr. Jigoku.
I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while. Have you?
Guilty!
That guilty's still ringing in my ears.
No, now you mention it. I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore at the Great Exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been on the dock himself.
Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that accursed trial.
The closed trial of Kazuma's father.
Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh, yeah, I believe it. Jigoku looks like a friggin'... He could bench the entire bench.
Oh my!
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
Oh dear. Well, it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that.
Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted and we returned home to Japan together.
Was it alright in the end? One of your guys got busted.
Thank goodness.
Ah, yes. Talking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please.
Yay!
Oh, what a lovely picture.
We need it for the case.
We're gonna need it for the case. Oh my god, you're right.
Specifically the case in that corner. Remember, he was like, I need to get rid of this case.
Oh.
Put it in the room right away.
We're gonna need it for the case, and we're gonna need it for that case. Certainly seems to shout, we've arrived in Britain.
Commemorative photograph has been entered into the court record.
I love glancing at that photo quickly. It looks like Yonosuke and like Susato have their arms interlinked. If you just kind of glance at the photo, just the way they're posing, it's just like, oh, so sweet.
None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we?
No, that's so true.
The favor. Can't you just have nice things for the sake of having nice things? No, not in this game, man.
For court.
Everything is here. I don't think we've ever gotten an item that we didn't use.
Your arm man?
No, I use that all the time. I need to let people know that I'm a court man. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me.
Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, it will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany back to Japan.
Oh, you want me to do...
What?
Things are getting intense here.
Father, what's the meaning of this?
Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense.
You guys are trained enough.
You mean-
and just like I pulled you back last year, I need you back where it's safe.
Oh, the Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really, quite urgently, in fact.
But I've not even been in London a year yet.
I've read all of Susato's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs.
Huh?
So, you'd be leaving then, Runo?
And you would never tell her what happened to her dad.
But then, what am I supposed to do, Father?
Come with it.
Stay here with Kazuma.
You came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant.
Oh, yes. She's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant.
Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with his situation, though.
Oh no.
You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter also.
You must choose between
Oh,
the two.
choose between your duty or your dude.
Father!
Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you.
I think he's doing it because he's worried about us dying.
Oh yeah, I think he's worried about us, yeah.
All I ask is that you consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes.
Yes. Alright. I think it's gonna be one of those things where it's like, we poke the Reaper and upset the Reaper through this case, and it's like, no, we will stay.
Yeah.
Because justice.
So I was gonna say, he already sent that lie telegram to get her back before. I think he's like...
He's trying to
you're
protect.
stepping on toes.
He's trying to protect.
You won't leave, will you, Runo?
You can come, Iris.
The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believed to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... well, where does that leave me? Da-na-na.
Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with the information about Asashin.
Of course, Father. Thank you.
I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson.
How good. And please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you.
I would be delighted. The best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you?
Yes, I will. Going back home. Oop. Oh, no.
You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all of this.
Yes, no doubt.
Asashin. Of course, it's so obvious. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Mr. Sholmes?
I was hiding in
Hurley,
the flowers.
where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I've been here the entire time.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh my days, it's Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, yes?
I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It is a matter of much urgency.
To Japan, you mean? And his hair is white again. How? It's science.
Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
Well, my father's just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think he had a
Mustached
beard.
fellow?
I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
There's not a moment to lose. Ask your trusty, unshaven father to see this is sent.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Sato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry.
Oh no. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes?
Now then, you may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations.
So that's what joining us for tea meant.
I'll leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows.
Bye? Wait a minute. Mr. Sholmes.
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. Damn it, Sholmes! Got us again. Also, quick thing with the bearded, it reminds me of like a Simpsons bit where like Mr. Burns is talking to guys like, well, you're doing pretty good for an employee, but make sure you get rid of those sideburns before next evaluation. And then the guy comes back and he shaves his sideburns. He's like, what did I tell you about those sideburns? And the guy's like, oh, okay. And then he shaves like his head and eyebrows, and there's no hair on his face. And he goes to see Burns again. He's like, what did I tell you about those sideburns? I don't believe you know what sideburns are, Mr. Burns. I need to find that clip. That one cracks me up. Can I look at it? Can I look at it?
I also want to look at the photo.
I'm
Is
not-
there writing on the back? Did he leave us in there?
There is nothing. There are no secrets.
Okay. Except for what's in that case.
You can just make it look like Jigoku's just a big mustache. It's fun to just get like their entire face in the magnifying glass.
So
Make them
what
look
are
like
your
chibis.
Nike checkmark eyebrow.
Yeah, he's got a Nike checkmark eyebrow. Nice. And then this case. Da-da-da. What is that? We don't get to look at the other note because it would probably spoil things.
and I'll run and call us a cab. Straight away.
Let me see the note. No, I need the note. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Shum's bill. I guess nobody's paying that bill. Bye. All right, now let's check Mr. Vigil's office. Maybe we gotta talk to him on our own. Although I am just, you know what? Oh, okay. So before I start the sequence, I'm just gonna take a second to listen to a message from my workplace to see if it is important and if I need to care. So I'm just gonna do a quick BRB. It'll just be like 2-3 minutes, and I'll be back. Give me a sec. Okay. I'm back. All right. Work is just kind of being goofy, but is no worry. So we can get right back into this. Right back in this, as I do other things on the side. Lol. 2nd November, St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3. Do we get to see Vigil?
This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was brought, apparently.
Oh, Sasato's back with us. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Oh, here he is. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to... I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously tried to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. Oh, no wonder he's in low spirits. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please, don't think like that. Oh, him and his weird head hold face pose. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years. I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. Oh? Perhaps it was all scripted. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along, then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deceptions, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago. It wasn't me! I swear it. I swear it's true.
Oh, Mr. Vigil.
I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... If possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all of this off my chest. I want someone to tell me what I should have done. I mean, bro, this was all kind of... It was a pretty fucky situation, so, you know. I don't blame you for being confused about it all. Let's talk about it. Gregson's request. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. You'd pretend to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf? Oh, no, never. A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location and make a little hoo-ha. Yeah. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident?
Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So, as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification badge around and was very vocal about my presence. I am Mr. Gregson. I am here. I'm investigating. You all see me.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Yeah, you want people to remember.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day, so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. Oh, Okay. Oh, okay, so the day... Yeah, so he was genuinely baffled by what he saw there. Okay. It was at midnight on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. Oh, was it that dead bodies that go out don't get checked? 'Cause damn, they dead? I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yep. Every prison escape story, man. Not every, but a lot of them, man. Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder had first signed the necessary papers.
And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin or the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went into the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No.
Oh, bro, that's sus. Why did you not check? Yo, you got played, man.
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived.
Oh. That's not your job, deputy.
So you mean the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Ahsoki, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably, there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long.
So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say is with certainty are two things. Ahsoki couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help from somebody working inside the prison.
That's why you were blamed for it.
That's why you were blamed for it.
And that somebody was not me.
Oh, hey. Would anyone like to hear a joke about capital punishment and execution? It's kind of a long one.
Okay.
It's
like strange material for a joke, but go.
No, it's yeah, don't worry. It's fine. This joke is totally fine. All right. So there's a man. Oh, yo. Thanks for the lurk, yo. Cool chillin'. Yo. There's a man, and he's he's very passionate about trains. You know, he loves trains. He's want to be a conductor for years. Studies, goes to school, works his way up the ranks of the job and becomes a conductor.
Of an orchestra?
No, of a train. Don't worry, we're gonna get there yet. Is he the I like trains kid? Maybe he was. Maybe that was him in the past. But he's a conductor. Now, unfortunately, through his own lack of care and whatnot, when he drove the train, just caused a horrible accident. Lives lost, train derailed, big problems. So they take him to court.
Okay.
And obviously, they're like, okay, well, what you've done is horrendous. We're going to have to give you the capital punishment. Right? Now, as part of capital punishment, you're allowed a last meal. And they're like, what would you like? And he says, well, I'd like a banana, please. They're like, oh, okay. All right, here you go, a single banana. The man eats the banana, and then they put him in the electrical chair.
And then
right?
He's not a conductor, he is a conductor. It's gonna be about the electricity conducting.
So, they flip the switch, there's a bunch of smoke, like a bunch of fire, and then the guy is fine. He gets up, and according to most laws, once the execution's carried out, if you're able to get up, you're free to go. The execution was done. Your punishment's done. So he gets up and walks away. Now, through circumstance, he manages to find a way working back at the trains.
Okay.
And he gets on the train again. But same as the first time. He causes another horrendous accident. People, same thing as the first time. He goes to court, sentenced to death a second time.
Yep.
What would you like for your last meal?
A banana.
I'll take 2 bananas. All right, so he eats the 2 bananas, and then flip the switch. There's a bunch of smoke, and he gets up and he goes free. And now people are suspicious. They're like, okay, wait a second, what's going on here?
Just don't let this man work the train.
Was this something to do with the bananas? And why didn't the electrical chair work on you? And he said, oh no, it has nothing to do with the bananas. I'm just a horrible conductor. I know you guessed the joke, Captain McD, but I wanted to finish it. Jeez. It's one of my favorite, like, bad jokes. It cracks me up. I'm glad I... No!
See, it was gonna be some kind of other conductor. That's
I knew you...
Orchestras?
No, Captain McD. Stop guessing my joke before I'm done. Stop doing it correctly. Alright, now that the mood is nice and light, let's talk about convict Ahsoki. Oh... Obviously, you knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Ahsoki. So he was the I Like Trains kid. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty.
Which to us meant we cannot get rid of Josiah Brett, but to them meant nope.
Yeah.
We're killing this criminal
right?
immediately.
Yeah, for our side it was like, no, we can't kill Josiah Brett. That will fuck our relations. Meanwhile, they're like, no, fucking get rid of this guy. No one needs to know what he was from, who he is, or anything about him. Like, what the hell?
Would you like to try my tea?
What kind of tea is it? Captain McD's offering me some tea. Green passion fruit. Okay, let me sniff it first. Let me just give it a... Why is it so close to the brim? Why is it so full? Smells kind of fruity. That's alright. A very light-bodied aroma and flavor. Very chill. I would drink a cup of that.
That meant that his potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
The man had less than a week in total. As I was chief warder, I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day, "Did you do it?" And he said no. Wow, how crazy.
He's like, then why aren't you fighting to get out of here?
I gotta go feed my cat, be right back. Alright, cool. Feed the cat. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes.
But that doesn't say I'm guilty of ending
That's
5 humans' lives.
Yeah, being guilty of 1 life is different from 5 human lives.
Like I said, I think if he was working with somebody, it's more gonna be like, I let Clint die.
Yeah, I think that's also what he might be saying. Is that not I killed people, but
better.
I let someone else die. Yeah. Alright. The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Ahsoki. What? Ahsoki's will? Ba ba ba! As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells, and when I looked into Ahsoki's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. Oh, his last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
But why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh?
They're probably not allowed paper in there.
Yes, that's true. But there were special conditions to Ahsoki's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, With one exception.
Paper.
Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable.
And what was the exception you mentioned? And to the personal effects he was allowed?
That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper.
So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him.
So that nobody
Could uncover the truth. Yes, that was the long and short of it. I've no idea where he'd obtained the paper.
He made it.
He made it. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. What did you just hide behind your back? Please, please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. All right, then. But what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
He's gonna send it home with this
Oh, he's gonna send it home with this sword. Okay, so I think it is. So, CaptnmcD and I talked a little bit after last stream, and something I think is the reason that, Kazuma slashed the Genshin thing in half when he saw it was most likely, I believe, he wanted to cut down the image. He wanted to cut down the false image that people had of Genshin Ahsoki because he wasn't the professor.
Murderer figure.
Because that
in a museum of wax murderers.
Yeah, it's like, no, this isn't my dad. This isn't who he was. This isn't how he should be remembered, etc., etc. So he probably gave that back with the sword. So he's probably sending Cosmo back to be like, Cosmo uncovered the truth of 10 years ago, type of deal. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing, and I let him keep his will.
Such a good chief prison
What a
guard.
good chief prison guard. Wouldn't you check? I mean, I guess that's, if it weren't for him, Cosmo probably might not even be here. If it weren't for this blind eye.
But I mean...
Yeah, he should have checked.
He wouldn't be able to read it anyway. It's probably in Japanese.
Yeah, if it was Japanese, yeah, I wouldn't know.
But I was gonna say,
But then
your
later...
one job, though, is to not let the prisoners do that stuff. And you're just like, okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think he's just like, yeah, I don't know if this guy is as guilty as they think he is. I think that's probably what his mentality is. It just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean, it vanished? Oh, it was sent back with the sword, man.
It would seem that this isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will.
The will's disappearance. I was the only person who saw Sogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Sogi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Asoki's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see.
But yeah, because
Poor Kazuma-sama.
Kazuma was like, I need this sword to come to Britain.
Yeah, he needs the sword. Yo, the will is in that sword.
Kazuma-sama.
And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right. Though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Kaiden was livid. He was screaming, "It cannot have disappeared completely."
That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it?
In what way? How did he know about it?
Well, we'd understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I really don't know how he knew.
But it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will,
What he said was the Ahsoki Papers.
I think there's a compartment in the handle.
You think there's a compartment in the handle of the sword? I wonder if it's just like wrapped into the handle, like wrapped alongside with the binding. Yeah.
Because I was gonna say.
It's in the sword. It's got to be with the sword.
Yeah.
100%. The Ahsoki Papers. I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events.
Yo, maybe the other guy gave him the paper because he knew he would write something that
they needed?
Hide and
Oh.
get rid of, and then he would go willingly to his death.
Oh, gave him like a fake, like
gave him like the paper to write on.
Yeah.
Because he was like, where did he get the paper? He turned a blind eye to it, but he was like, where the F the paper from?
Yeah, so you think Kaiden may have given it to him?
Because he's like, how did Kaiden know?
Yeah.
If he gave him the paper to write it.
Mm-hmm. But then I wonder why he would look for the Ahsoki Papers, right? Like, I wonder what purpose he was giving it to him for.
Because of, well, what happened?
Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory.
I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though.
Anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful.
I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife, Evie, will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but...
No, not at all. Thank you again.
But what will become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested.
I'm so sorry.
Don't be, please. This was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come.
Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Yeah, he seems like a victim of circumstance.
What?
Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing.
What? Oh, yes, sure. What is it?
The Ahsoki Papers.
What do you know about them?
I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them.
Presumably for some good reason.
It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret.
So he's like, I'm gonna go to jail for
I'm going to jail,
a police
but I
officer,
don't want to
but
fucking get assassinated in there.
But I don't want to get the death penalty.
I don't want to be disappeared.
He's probably going to disappear. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think.
I understand. Some sort of will that Genshin Ahsoki penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon.
It's got will and weapon bolded, so you're like, the sword!
It's got will and weapon. Yeah, it is the sword. Well, because when we carried it around, we're like, this is Kazuma's will, right? Like, yo, it's his spirit. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape. If there's anyone who might know more about a document that Kazuma's father left behind.
It would be Mr. Vigil's governor. Then we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
Hey, you know that one thing you didn't want us to come by and talk about? Yo, we're here, buddy.
We brought some tea for with your cookies.
We brought some tea for your cookies. Hey, Mr.
Say
Kaiden.
no to this adorable little girl.
Oh, how can you say no?
2nd November, Barclay Prison, Governor's Office. Oh, back again, are you?
Yes. Hello.
I thought I told you. I've heard all about your investigations. I read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil.
Yes, luckily.
Well, anywho, the laddie doesn't work here no more. So your case is not to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to... You get the wrong idea about that.
Of course. Yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
Aye, Kimmer, you ken very well. So, how about a wee handcuff biscuit?
We do get biscuits.
Yeah, biscuit. Look how tiny it is. Now, is it that the cuffs are tiny, or that Barclay is or that Kaiden is massive?
I think it's both.
I think it might be both. Have you ever seen a picture of like Shaq with a regular sized water bottle? It looks like a toy. It's like he's holding it with like just 2 fingers, and it's just like he takes it like a shot glass because he's so friggin' massive.
Yeah.
Oh, are they really like little handcuffs? And as hard as irons, too.
Oh, God. They're just super hard, too. So, oh, you can hear from the click. So, what's brought you down here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. That's so. We believe there might have been a document that disappeared from the Genshin Ahsoki cell. I think it's been called the Ahsoki Papers or something. Music stops. Get the fuck out right now. Did I not say Gregson's death is not to do with things that might have happened at Barclay? Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not footer with irrelevant details. His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here. I can't get over how dapper this man is. And look at his power. Look how powerful his jawline is. I reckon they're bigger than his biceps. 10-year-old legacy. That murder's botched execution, and the whole miserable escape. They were Barclay's darkest hour, aye. A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator on the prison staff, you mean? Aye, for shame. The coroner confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. And my chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
Our Rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
Oh, how could I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet.
Yeah.
Can, but...
No, yeah, I mean, you can, but also...
When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I do not like to say, but it's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he wouldn't have jumped from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do.
You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you?
Of course, I cannot shun all responsibility myself. I should not let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody that kens what went on all the time now. With Gregson having been murdered, and Dr. Scythe forbidden from having any visitors.
No visitors?
Wow.
Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
I would not dream of sending you packing without, Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic.
Iris is really about these, like, metal cookies.
I suppose if there is anybody who might still ken about what happened back then, it'd be that lass from the forensic division, Mariah Gorey.
Oh. Maria Gory.
Aye, Scythe's daughter. She didn't have no more, just the one. But the wee bairns followed in her mom's footsteps. You did not ever see her without a scalpel in her hand.
Yeah, she's.
Yeah, she looks spooky. she seems spooky. She looks like Painwheel from Skullgirls.
Mama, what is this?
Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? Dr. Scythe's daughter, Maria Gory. We could do with talking to her. Where can we find her? So, she's Dr. Scythe's daughter, but her surname is Gory?
Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I do not ken the ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mom working with the bodies of folks who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. I cannot understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe.
Right, and the coroner responsible for this incomplete report.
Someone told me once that wee lassie always loved her mom's stories about cutting up buddies. There was even a rumour she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby.
Well, then perhaps
So she's creepy.
her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
Aye, I'd say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us.
We really need to speak to Miss Gore yourself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much.
I'm not happy about any part of this. It took years for Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. Can you not get up on this, laddie? Stop asking pointless questions.
I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone.
Then no.
Can you not just stay away now? Leave me alone and do not come back here, eh?
Just
I mean,
forget about it.
Locked your door, but
Yeah, or you boot us out. I think he's kind of also like, maybe he has questions about it too. Maybe he's like, honestly, I'd like to know the whole truth. You seem to be on about it.
How'd you come to kin about that, laddie? There's not many folk even here in prison who've heard of those papers.
Well, I can't tell. Mr. Vigil told me.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
We've been led to believe the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right?
wouldn't know. You
The
can
professor's, or rather Genshin Asogi's...
Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy.
Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? But then after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
Evers, no. You're off at half-cocked there. I think you did not quite get your facts right. Straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
Oh, not what we heard elsewhere.
He's gonna be like, yeah, we got rid of that jank.
Let me just have a wee walk around in here. Sure I can find it.
Ka-ching!
Aye, here you are. See?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi, written with a calligraphy brush.
Of course, cannot read a word of those Japanese squiggles. But a man that says he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. And that's the gist of it.
Says Susato without saying more. So these are the Asogi papers.
Those are the forged
Aye,
Asogi papers.
of course they are. Papers written by Asogi. No doubt about it.
Yeah, so okay, so we think that these are you think these are decoy papers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think these are cover our tracks.
Yeah,
papers.
cover our tracks papers. Because I think Kazuma got the papers.
Yeah.
Like, that's the only reason that, like, I think that's why Kazuma's back.
There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all the stramash that sliced her of an execution, we sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan. And that was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo. Just in case.
The Asogi papers have been entered into the court record.
One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes?
Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer if you did not make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest levels of our government.
I understand. Don't show anyone, but I'm gonna give them to you.
Can we look at them?
Can we look at them? I'm gonna look at them. I'll look at them so hard. Oh, hey! Translated for us, thank you.
Last testament and will of Genshin Asogi. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in the Empire of Japan. It is with deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land, in the knowledge that I will never see my homeland or family again. But I regret nothing about my chosen path.
I mean, he could have still written that so that the sword gets sent back.
He could have written 3 things, right?
Things.
Right? Like, he could have written 3 sheets of paper.
And then just one's in the sword, for sure.
We are so on this sword boat. Watch it.
Especially since we don't have it anymore.
Yeah,
Let's took it back.
now when we would want to check, we don't get it anymore. Do we have anything we can show him? Do you have any presents for him? I don't think so. I don't think there's anything relevant to him right now. Do we want to check? Where should we go now? Fresno Street room, maybe?
Sure, we haven't been there.
Yeah, we haven't been there yet today. Let's go. Let's check it out. Anything new? Let's see. 2nd November. Room on Fresno Street. Looks like nothing.
Can we go to where Gory is?
Yes. Where are we gonna find Gory, actually?
She should be at, mortuary where we met Scythe, no? Or coroner office?
I don't know if we can meet her. But we could probably meet with Lord Chief Justice. He might tell us.
Okay.
He might, I mean, he...
Can you hook us up?
Can you hook us up? Can you hook us up with Side's daughter?
Child?
Can you hook us up with Side's daughter? I don't know if she's your type.
We haven't seen her face, so...
So maybe.
Couldn't tell you.
2nd November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice Office.
No arguments, Prosecutor Ahsoki. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. Is that clear?
Perfectly.
It's Kazuma-sama.
Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. Slight rotation.
On your way now, Ahsoki. My lord.
Hi there, Buff Kazuma. His biceps look like they're ripping out of his 3D model. Kazuma. Nothing? Nothing. He's just gone. He left without saying a word. Hey, do you like this wig? Hey, do you like this badge? Oh, I should have shown them that stuff. Oh, Mom.
Yes. What are you doing here?
Oh, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind.
I wanted Van Zeek's trial concluded today. But Prosecutor Ahsoki's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it longer than necessary.
Unwelcome inquiries?
Into 10 years ago's case.
As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43...
And then we must resolve anything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo.
In a miraculous, not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. I need to know what's up. Give me that menu. There we go.
Dr. Scythe's daughter still work for you?
I guess we don't get to ask him that. Does Prosecutor Ahsoki believe that Lord Van Zeeks is the Reaper?
I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful close trial, that Lord Van Zeeks made a name for himself among the judiciary. But in the next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress.
Oh, that's awful.
The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Where
do you work that a rock slide is a possible occurrence?
Did he work at a mine?
I mean, that would explain it actually quite easily.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey.
And people believed Lord Van Zeeks was responsible.
He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident.
I was going to say, how many people at a mine don't have access,
yeah.
Especially in those time periods?
He must have had a solid alibi then.
Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated.
Is that why it's a closed trial?
Precisely.
Okay, well, I want this shit over with, because it will fuck shit up outside the court.
This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years.
So the last one was the professors, the trial of Genshin Ahsoki.
Correct.
Actually, we heard that originally. You were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart.
Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. With the son of the man Van Zieks had condemned now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way.
He had the same request, and I was like, I did before.
Yeah. What, you want to avenge your father? Yeah.
I've allowed this before. It would only be fair.
They do say what goes around comes around.
However, it would seem that the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well.
Cosmo is? What? No way.
Doesn't
What?
seem to be closing the case immediately.
Yeah.
I like my organization to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others.
Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here. I mean, I'm looking at this. I see a gear like, wait, let me point with my hat. Like, look at this gear that's wearing the Ascent hat right now. That is not connected to shit. What is that gear doing? Like that, it's just out there chilling. And that's not the only one. Okay, wait, it might be the only one that I can see. But anyway, this seems kind of silly. There's some gears over there that look like they're turning, but the teeth don't fit, you know.
If the young man refuses to mesh with the other parts of my great machine, I will be forced to take steps.
What do you mean?
I will remove him from the machine. Not something with which you need concern
I'll
yourself.
put him away. Just like
Oh,
Van Zieks,
man.
who's starting to get
Yeah.
not useful.
Van Zieks is no longer useful to you, Strongheart. Is that what it is? Is it because Van Zieks wasn't able to protect Scythe? Because I think Scythe's in on it.
Yeah.
In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow.
Okay. Is that all I get?
Van Zieks was letting us run away with things because he was intrigued by what we were finding.
Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours.
My, that is a long time.
And I hold you entirely responsible.
What about
Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything in not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us talking with Prosecutor Ahsoki?
Discussions between the defense and prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office.
He's got an office now?
Oh, thank you. He has an office? How come we didn't get an office? What the hell?
We don't work for the government.
Listen, man, you could have buttered us up and we would have been on your side. We are very bribable, man. We're poor. I would have taken that money and sold people out instantly. Jeez.
Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo.
Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. Okay, let's go. Let's go talk to our friend. But is he our friend right now? I mean, he's still Did he just get Van Zieks' office? It's
Van
like
Zieks is in jail right now, so he's probably like, just work there.
it just worked out. No, it's like this is your office now. You are here to take over his life.
I mean, you get to work under Clint.
Yo, imagine it's like you get to change the portrait like instantly. 2nd November, prosecutor's office.
Oh, he's got a
I like
up
the
to planet.
I like the little murder dioramas. So this is the office of Prosecutor Ahsoki now, is it?
Kazuma-sama's doing so well for himself.
Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style in that dark corner?
He probably did that himself.
It's his habit to sit Seiza style whenever he's working.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just how he sit.
He's got a throne.
He
desk
kept
there.
the bats. Yeah, he keeps the bats. Part of the atmosphere. Kazuma.
I thought it wouldn't be long before you paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I?
Sorry?
That you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer.
What? You're being
What?
encouraging
Wait,
right now? Not intimidating us?
Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that it would be as prosecutor.
Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. I'm truly happy for you.
And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
Oh,
Ryunosuke, I always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, though. I suppose it's just another twist of fate.
I've learned a lot of things during my time in London, but how Susato-san's father was himself a visiting student here, once along with Judge Jigoku. And, well, what happened with your father.
Then you'll have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice, why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself.
I want to hear it from you, Kazuma.
As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Are we bros? Are we not bros?
You seem pretty friendly today. Sometimes you're real edgy.
Yeah, you seem kind of edgy. Hey, bro, look. It's an armband. Kazuma, this is your armband.
Actually, I think it's yours now.
Sorry?
You're the defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now, you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. One or more proud.
Kazuma.
So you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning to me.
Okay. Well, if you're sure, man, I'll keep it. Thank you, my friend. Okay, cool. Do you have anything else we can show him?
Show him the picture
Oh, wait. Which picture?
of us with the judge and Papa Mikotoba.
Hey, look, we're friends. It's everyone except you.
Look.
Kazuma, what do you make of this?
Oh, there's only one place where defense lawyers and prosecutors should discuss evidence. The courtroom.
Oh, okay, no,
You just
he
have to
did
talk
not
to him
care.
regular.
Oh, I do have to talk to him regular. I just want to show everything I can. Just, why not? I also want to show him the will thing.
You're in a very present mood today.
Yeah. It's because I'm Santa. I have to give as many presents as I can. I get the feeling my friend's always going to have the edge over me, isn't he? He's always going to be edgier than I will. Hey, what do you think of these? Really? Nothing for the will?
Evidence.
Okay. Can I... Okay, I think that's that. Okay, no, not move. I do not want to move it right now. I want to converse. Your disappearance. It's getting on for a year now, since what happened on the SS Buria. We're heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events, I thought I'd lost my best friend forever.
I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying in a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a posy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and headed up onto the deck.
Were you already suffering from amnesia at that point?
Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. You have something you have to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain, your task awaits you there.
Man, imagine losing all your memories and the only thing in your head is get your ass to England. And just you don't know where you are. You're like he's in China when that happened. And he did it. like he actually
He did it very quickly.
He did it quickly too. Like he did it and he did it handily. Like what?
What's England?
Yeah, also at that time, yeah, no, it's get to Great Britain. This is like just post World War II, I believe. Is our time era? Yeah, and giving the summary to my buddy Judge. Our buddy was basically we thought he was dead on our ship on the way to England.
We're sending his body back.
So they were gonna send his body back. They made a stop in China, and then he, with amnesia, got up and had a single thought, and it was Great Britain. And he made it. And we met him there. Yeah, this game's wild.
And now he's our friend rival. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port.
It must have been Hong Kong.
Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry.
It must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship.
I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance.
So I just jumped.
So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city. So I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain.
How did you, I just want to know how you managed that, dude. You don't speak the language, but, oh, okay.
Just under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I'd escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course.
Oh, how terrifying for you.
Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap.
One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. Ah, yeah, actually that's true. Yeah, Hong Kong speaks English because British Empire.
That's right, and on the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. That must have been some 3 months ago now.
Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world.
Buff.
Yeah, that's why he got so jacked. Yo, he was working.
Cargo.
Yo, he was doing physical labor.
On
And he was
boats.
fucking killing it. Yo, no wonder.
Boats make you strong.
Yeah, boats make you strong. Yeah, because I think you have to be tough to work on boats. And especially if it's cargo stuff. Yeah. No machinery to help you in those days. It's just, oh, is this extra heavy? All right, it's a 2-guy job. That's all you get.
Of course, I had no idea why I'd move heaven and earth to get here at that point.
So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's apprentice then?
That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. They took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
Would that have been your knowledge of the law?
Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to prosecutor's office.
Oh, so it must have been something like, while they were like, hey man, you have no papers, where are you from? We gotta send some shit. And he's gonna be like, listen, actually, according to your law, you have to do this shit and this.
Yeah, before you can do
anything with me. And then they're like, oh, wow, you seem to know your stuff. What are you doing here? And then 9 days ago, anime amnesia, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber.
Yes, I did.
Alright, tell me about your father. Genshin. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Looks like I'm gonna move this a little closer.
Mark my words, Ryunosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday.
Remember when he had the wind?
Yeah, I remember when he had the wind. Now he doesn't have that anymore. Did you know the entire time
You know what?
about what had happened to your father here?
It was
Why?
the wind in his sail before, pushing him easily on his task as
Yeah.
he pushed towards it. And now
Now he's got no more
everything's
winds.
against him. It's not so easy anymore. It's really fighting for it.
He's fighting against the winds now. Yeah. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here?
16 years ago. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. But what I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away.
They didn't even tell him. They're just like, your dad got sick and died.
Yeah. Togo said that because everything was secreted.
It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato-san.
Oh my.
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd told me.
Oh.
Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life.
What did it say?
It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Ahsoki name.
Oh no.
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years.
Letter from Britain. Yo, was that from Zeke's, maybe?
Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was had been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer.
I'm so sorry you had to find out that way.
I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent the letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There's a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, what did my father have to say about the letter?
Oh, he probably didn't show it. I think he's smart.
I couldn't bring myself to show it to him,
Yeah. What? Why not?
because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That couldn't have been easy for him, and he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings.
Yeah, remember, don't hide people's deaths from their close ones. Ryunosuke.
So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku.
Oh, you still showed it to someone.
Ah,
I thought he was just
to the other
smart
visiting
and,
student.
Like, there was a reason this was hidden.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he hid it from Mikotoba because he's just like, Mikotoba's gonna hate this conversation type of deal.
He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise.
Oh, so Jigoku tried to be like, ha ha, what?
What is this? This is obviously some prank. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Genshin Ahsoki. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in my way.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
The Reaper's trial.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering. Do you know Skate Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was.
It's clear that the inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along.
What? You mean you knew?
Who's working with Van Zeeks?
The real question is, who's been giving orders to the inspector? Yes, Barak Van Zeeks is the real Reaper. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No, he was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool they use to do it. And when a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life.
Kazuma.
On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that Van Zeeks was doing what the supposed evidence led everybody to believe, and what was played out is not his fault.
What?
Barrack?
Yeah, what do you think about Derek? Barrack?
Barrack.
Yeah.
He's saying that Barrack is
The kingpin.
responsible, like he chose to kill
Yes.
my dad.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, what was Barrack, like 17 at the time?
Yeah, well, he was getting
Just
some.
like,
He was getting
I'm gonna
revenge.
avenge my bro.
My bro, yeah.
All of the police's evidence points to this. I just want to do my part.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think he's taking Van Zeeks' point of view into consideration here. It's like that guy got my dad killed.
Yeah.
So, you know, they're both just like, you got my family member killed, so I'm coming back for you.
Yeah.
Getting some pizza. Have some good pizza. What kind of pizza? I think that's what we're getting out of him. I don't think there's anything else for us to show him. We need to find where we can find, probably pepperoni. Ooh, nice. Pepperoni, always a solid choice. Where do we go to find Gory? Because I think that's who we gotta find next.
Yeah. I agree.
Shomes the Sweet, maybe? Let's just
If he
reconvene.
knows
Let's just reconvene, see with people.
Because I was going to say, I can just look up in the Dealin spoiler thing if there's a specific cue that makes us find her office.
We'll look around a little bit first. Fresno Street Room didn't do anything last time we went. Maybe there's something there now. No. Let me see if there's something to show him. I'm gonna try and show him some stuff. Do 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 do.
Yeah. So, you're going to go back to that.
I'm going back to Cosmo. I am with Cosmo right now. Am I gonna show him the happy photo?
No.
No? Wait, let me see. I don't know. Let's see that one like a second. So I tried showing him that. That didn't work. Hey, look at us. We had a fun time. Did we try showing him that? I think we did. Hey, do you know anything about guns?
The Reaper. At last I get to take my revenge.
Kazuma. Lord Van Zeeks isn't responsible for your father's death, and he's not the Reaper. He's the defendant and deserving of a fair trial.
You mean like the one my father had? Dunna. It's a closed trial now too. The conditions are exactly as they were 10 years ago. And even if it ruffles some feathers, I have a plan to show the man for what he really is.
Kazuma. Yeah, Kazuma's really bent on that. Nothing there. Autopsy report. This came up in the trial, didn't it? As something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report.
Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something.
Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it.
To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier.
Oh, you already went there.
The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gory.
So she does still work.
Yeah, so she does. Okay.
If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner too.
Of course. The last thing I want is for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery.
Of course it's her. Lowgate by Barclay Prison, you mean?
Ah, you know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life.
Kazuma-sama.
Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. There we go. Ba-ba-ba, got it.
Because, yeah, I was just like, who's going to unlock it for us?
Yeah.
Ryunosuke, I want to thank you.
What for?
Keeping the sword safe.
For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Ahsoki clan.
Well, it is a famous sword that's been in your family for generations. Yo, and there's a secret in it.
Yep.
There's a secret in it. My only slight regret is that I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you.
Karuma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I come from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom are expert swordsmen.
Well then, you're a chip off the old block, I'd say.
This blade, Karuma, is the symbol of the Ahsoki clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname.
Someone out there is named Karuma. Really? Karuma. It does sound formidable, that's for sure. Karma? Von Karma? Is that where this goes?
Is that where the Von
Is that
Karma's
where the
name from?
Is the Von Karma line gonna happen?
16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had the sword forever at his side, which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too.
Your father ever go to Germany?
And that is all thanks to you.
It was an honor.
Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I said a little too much.
Kazuma, you've changed.
You're friendly to us again.
No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you who's changed.
I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeeks given what happened. The fact is, those events in this case are, well...
Unrelated? Is that what you want to say? How can you be so sure?
What do you mean?
Never mind.
It's like, we'll talk about it.
That man is the Reaper, and it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow. By whatever means necessary.
I can't let you do that, Kazuma.
I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer, but I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom.
I would expect nothing less.
Until tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey.
Goodbye, friend. Let's go.
That should have opened the front.
Forensics laboratory. Oh, forensics laboratory.
Let's go!
Oh,
Huh.
she's added her own flavor to the
She's
office.
added her own flavor to the office now. Kazuma's fantastic. That he is.
I was gonna say, he's got the popularity
I-
polls to,
Yeah,
support
Kazuma
that.
is like, I think, the most popular character. I think it is. Interesting that we've got some voodoo going on now.
2nd November, Forensics Laboratory.
When your new chief coroner is like 12.
Your new chief coroner is 12.
I don't know how old she is, but.
This place really is creepy, isn't it? Yeah, Mina Michi, I dig it. Yeah, of course. I saw this and I'm like, yeah, Mina would love this. 100%.
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris, do you think we could change the subject? At all?
She's
Just like a little?
science.
Chink, chink, chink. What was that?
Sharpening her scalp.
Chink, chink, chink.
She's sharpening those 500 scalpels. He's got a lot to sharpen. Dr. Gory?
What?
That noise before.
I was sharpening my tools.
Yep.
I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly keen edge on them.
Right. That looks like a lot more than a regular scalpel. That's like we need to make a tiny incision through like their whole body.
Yeah. She got a meat cleaver and a steak knife.
And a meat cleaver.
When following the collagen fibers in the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see.
No.
That's what I said.
Not
Ours
like
is
this.
about
Then,
science.
I think you'll do nicely.
No. I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Maybe I'll be ready later.
Maybe when I'm dead, you can do that.
Huh.
Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so.
King, king, king.
Oh, she's not stopping. She's all about it. Time of death. We've actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember.
I don't think you wanted her to.
You're not dead yet.
That's
What?
what Mom said.
Yeah.
So Mama says I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Good. Dr. Scythe has some scruples, at least.
Oh dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us, for the time being anyway.
For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope that's a way off. I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon.
Huh.
Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Okay. Let's give her a present. Hey, what's up with your time of death? Let's try the obvious pick.
Yeah, that's
What's up with that? Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snag my blade once, and very little mess.
Oh, I don't want to hear that.
His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
Bless you. We can skip those details. But there is one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death.
I was gonna say, I think those details might matter.
Oh, hello.
more If she had him. The rigor
That's not my
mortis past
fault.
Rigor mortis.
Yeah, things are, there's no
How
time.
easy he came apart would affect.
Oh no,
the time.
she's crazy, but I like her.
Oh, you like her face?
Damn it! Why does she have to be hot? That's not my fault. You know what it is? It's the eyeshadow and the straight bangs. They're very powerful. Oh, that made me jump.
Then please, tell us what happened.
Okay, the knives turned it back off again. It was there, the enchantment was there, but then the knife dance is just like it's toning it down again. Time of death. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail.
I was told not to write it.
What? By who?
Like, I bet some Strongheart.
Mayor Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice. He came here.
Lord Strongheart came.
He said that from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. That man clearly died at 5 p.m. of 1st November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Strongheart said not to.
Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later you're going to go the same way as your mother. Ooh, I mean, yeah. That's what happened to your mom.
Give it here then.
Yeah, she was his pocket.
What's she scribbling so furiously?
There.
You've written... What?
What's she written? Tell us.
Indeterminate. What?
But...
Was he preserved in some way?
An accurate estimation of time of death is not possible. Details of the autopsy report have been updated in the court record. Indeterminate? I just enjoyed this as a screen. The word indeterminate in front of Knife Girl. You know, just... yeah? What do you mean by that? Why was the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have coincided when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy was that?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
Oh, what?
I think somebody kept
If the
him,
victim...
like, in a cooler or something. Somebody kept him.
Yeah.
If the victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. What are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do?
Theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. And if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot.
That's so.
Okay.
With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. And I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory, or some other special places.
Butcher shops?
I don't recall
seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street then.
a butcher shop, yeah.
Places
I wonder-
where you need to keep meat chilled.
Places where you keep meat chilled.
I wonder if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow. What might the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No.
In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered, at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility?
He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that side in the vicinity.
Wow, okay, Strongheart,
Also,
mad
why
sus.
does it need to be an electrical freezer? If you just had big ice blocks delivered, like, that's how people made cold rooms in the past. And you just keep it
Well, I don't...
shaded and, like, insulated, and they don't melt.
I mean, I don't think she's, like, disagreeing with the ways that this thing could have been done, but she's just like, well, it's my job.
Yeah,
She's like, I'm literally just here to cut up bodies.
yeah.
I just like,
No, she's
I don't
not sus
fuck,
to me
yeah.
at all. I'm just saying that
It
all
wouldn't
of
have
us
to be
are
an electrical
saying
refrigerator.
Electrical refrigerators are hard to come by in these days.
Yeah.
But you don't need an electrical refrigerator.
One other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor?
Apparently you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so... We were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago.
And that's not all Mama did.
Sorry?
My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well.
Oh. I mean, but of course. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks, the professor's final victim.
The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then.
Clint was the one that pointed the evidence to catch the guy. They didn't know who it was beforehand.
Oh, before
so she's in somebody's pocket already.
Oh yeah, they put evidence on him, on Clint. Yeah.
But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. The detective being Inspector Gregson, of course.
Quite an accomplishment for one man.
I did the vital clue needed to arrest the killer.
We've known Scythe to have fake autopsies before.
And Mama was there for that historic event.
What does all this mean?
You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The Professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before their burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events.
She really is proud of her mother. She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you'd tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. Yeah, tell me more.
The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber and sign the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mama's the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her.
But the execution didn't actually take place.
No, and worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her.
You mean because you omitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it.
And just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too.
Yes, that's my feeling as well.
There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people at the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us. He was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing.
Just who was behind that?
Yeah,
you wouldn't say otherwise.
Everybody's like looking out for their own necks.
They're like,
so
of course you would blame each other, yeah. Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? Like, what if there were two forces at work trying to get Ahsoki out? Like, what if there's like, team Ahsoki didn't do it, get him out, and then there's like, team blame Ahsoki for the crimes, keep him in there, type of deal. Clint's autopsy. You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks.
It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice that's observed in our country, even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama's was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H.
Wilson. Oh no, huh?
Well, we assume that a lot of this is like cleanup crew trying to get rid of anybody who knows about it.
But now it's just like who's on what side. Because it seems like everyone was killing each other.
Even people who are in on this ring of stuff
might not even know.
Yeah, how far it goes. Like,
yeah.
Her, just like her mom, seemed to be like, okay, Lord Strongheart's gonna take us to the top. We're gonna get to have an investigation team. We're gonna get to cut up bodies and advanced science. So yeah, we'll just do whatever you say is necessary for
Yeah.
your investigation. But they don't really have agency or
We're trying to find out who's
like
at the top.
a real
Yeah.
reason to be
A
like,
motive,
oh yeah,
yeah.
I hate this particular person in this particular case.
Yeah, well, it's all the office politics. I can't believe there's a third John. Right? No way. There's a third John H. Wilson. No way.
It's okay. We're gonna find out what the H's stand for.
That's right, my daddy.
Oh, she knows that he was the one in it.
Oh.
And there was one other person present, the primary assistant.
Victoba.
He was a visiting student from the Far East.
Wait, a visiting student?
Victoba.
It must have been my father, Eugen Mikotoba.
I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important.
Everybody's like, my dad was there. and
My dad
mom
was there.
But the outcome of this historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor.
So that's how they came to identify Genshin Ahsoki as the infamous mass murderer. Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more?
Would you like to see the records for yourself?
Yeah.
Would I? Would that be all right?
What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them?
I like your style.
Oh, yeah, she's creepy, but we like her.
They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you. Open records, poison trap. Let's see, Van Zeeks. That's strange.
Probably been removed.
What, Mr. Naruhodo?
They aren't here.
Yeah.
There's nothing under Van Zeeks.
There must be.
Perhaps somebody took them away?
Of course, stronger.
No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone.
Well, when was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh, yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day, saying that he'd like to see the records.
Sholmes?
Sholmes?
Well, Sholmes seems to be on the tail of everything. And
Sholmes
he's
is-
like keeping it under wraps.
Sholmes is working on like 5 cases in the background while he's bumbling in ours.
Yeah.
You don't mean...
Herlock Sholmes was his name.
Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records?
Sounds like something Sholmes would
That sounds like 100% something Sholmes would do.
Surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it?
do. He told us how that he carries around caramel to make like.
Yeah, we
Keys
know
and
he does
locks
stuff
and
like that.
stuff.
He has a spy kit and he tells us about it all the time.
He just bumbles on the top.
Iris?
So that he seems harmless.
Yeah, he bumbles to seem harmless and then he's actually like friggin' big secret agent, man. Uh-oh, Iris knows something here.
Bruno? I hope you don't mind, but
What is it, Iris?
I've just remembered something very important I've had to do. I'm going to have to leave you now.
I think she knows where Shums keeps his secret stuff.
This is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh, no, there's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye for now, then. Good luck.
Peace. Oh, she knows where those secrets are.
Wait a minute, little girl. Huh? Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
Uh-oh, have you, Iris?
Did she take it?
Were you the thief?
Yes, 2 years ago, when the detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
That's the way it usually works, yes?
Especially if they come back.
Yeah.
Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash.
Wait, Iris.
She's interested in anything to do with her dad, so.
I'll brew up a pot for you when you get home.
I mean, what if this is also... What if she has this because of
That's why
the
that
story?
story.
Yeah, what if this is involved with the
Inspiration
story?
For the story.
What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either. Guess we'll just leave.
It's been quite a while since I've had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I prefer it if you were ready for dissection.
I can't make any promises, sorry.
What if we just bring you gifts that are ready for dissection?
Yeah, what if I just bring you someone? I don't know.
I was thinking just she's interested in science and any anatomy. So
Yeah.
you'd be like, oh, a bird hit a window and died on the street.
Here's have this dead bird we found on the street. She'll be like, perfect.
We
Nice.
thought you'd like this.
Bring some dead rats from the hospital.
Yeah,
Oh shit, a rat.
Be like, hey, we know this rat was poisoned. Maybe you can do some poisoning research.
Yeah.
How it worked on this guy.
I think we've asked all we came to ask now. Off she goes. In her little voodoo corner.
Before you go,
Yes. What's up? Oh, do I need to check something here?
I was just, we did do the autopsy report.
Yes.
It says you can present the photo of the victim optional.
Oh.
So I was wondering if that would give flavor text.
Ah. Well, unfortunately we missed that boat. Let's have a closer look at this. Oh, or not. Then again, let's not. At least not while she's armed.
She's always armed.
She is always armed.
Okay, whatever.
Missed some flavor text, but that is okay. Let's move. Let's vamano. Let's go home. Iris. Iris, what are you doing?
Brewing a pot of tea, obviously.
She is not here. Iris, did you lie to us?
Is she upstairs?
Is she upstairs? Is she in our room? Oh man, that'd be wild.
Because we were just like an addict.
We were an addict.
An addict before we moved in. Like, they just had all of this stuff on the shelves. So it might be hitting up here.
Well, I think we might just have a what to do next prompt here. Nardo's legal consultancy. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not gonna worry about that right now.
I mean, that might sum up the day.
I feel like these usually don't do much. The what to do prompts.
I thought about the pawn shop too, but it's not on our to-go list.
Yeah, she's that's where she is though.
Do you want to talk to Miko Toba if he's back at the hotel after
our little lap and rendezvous with everyone?
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll just do the quick everyone talk.
Yeah.
See if anyone's around. No. Wow, everyone's like gone.
Fresno never gave us anything, right?
We have yet to get anything from Fresno, so we can check Fresno. Let us. You know what? Third time's a charm. There's got to be something
Come
here
on,
this time.
Fresno Street, why are you on the
Fresno
list?
Street, why are you on the list? That's new. That's new.
Suitcase
Yeah, instantly. Yep, there's something here. Room on Fresno Street. Give us that. That was not there before. Police are still busily investigating in here then.
They're busy crying.
Yeah.
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Yes, it has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own. Practicing what her boss taught her.
Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Shall we wait?
Actually, that's new. Let me look at it. There's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? Wait, also, the chair has a fucked up leg.
We could always use the time to investigate more thoroughly.
That is new. So there are two things. A, that stool is kind of fucked up, but I guess not fucked up enough for us to care. Okay, disregard. Let's check up the bag. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it?
Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. There's some initials on the outside. Look, TG.
Tobias Gregson? Let's ask one of the policemen if they know how it came to be here.
There's a bomb.
Oi, what you think you're doing?
Hey, Gina.
That's my trunk, that is. Ends off.
Ah, so it's
It's
Gregson's
hers
that
now.
you have taken now that he is gone.
Gina,
Where were you hiding?
I know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it.
Hey, you used to be like that.
Hey, that was you. Just a wild guess, Gina, but...
What? Spit out, Odo.
Is it fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial?
What are you trying to say?
Doesn't have your initials.
Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where have you been in the last year?
Trying not to incur your wrath, mainly.
Investigating you a few times.
Yeah.
We've never seen it before.
We've never seen this trunk
What?
before.
I wear it every single day.
That giant jewel on your neck, what's that about? What? I've worn it every day. I've never seen you wear it. Every day since day one. I've always had this jewel. Yeah, she's always had it. Anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about, watch the show Gallivant. It's hilarious. It's a musical about a knight who,
Goes on adventures.
he goes on adventures, and he went to go save his princess, and his princess basically said, nah, I'm good. And then she's like, no, you know what, ever since I've been abducted, I'm really liking it. I'm a queen now of this horrid dictator. I'm about this life. And that's how the series starts. I would recommend watching it. It's a good one.
But yeah, they definitely plot device things.
They plot device things for sure.
Very noticeably, and other characters comment on it.
No, man. That giant jewel she wore was
Don't
there.
think about it.
It was there from episode 1. I don't know what you're talking
Gina's
about.
always had this case.
That case was always there. Let's talk about your boss.
Should hear them talking at the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying that was the boss who killed all them bludgers.
Ah, you mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff no one else at the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all them criminals what got off scot-free.
Yes, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks, who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well then obviously, it was that bloomin' Reaper giving the orders, weren't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings?
There was a notebook in his office.
Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
It had details about all the crimes that had been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No. Did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't... Flamin' let me. Because I'm just an apprentice, apparently. But it was me who found it. It was my boss.
You shouldn't have.
That's right.
You should have just.
Yeah, I should have just taken it.
I was pretty miffed about it, so... I just took it. I sneaked a peek at what was said anyway. Oh.
That's our Gina. Yeah, thief. That's what you get for... That's the dual class police thief class.
I mean,
Secret notebook.
It doesn't necessarily mean you had thief class in there. The detective in our country steals everything.
Oh yeah, yeah, the crime scene thief. Yeah.
He was purely on the policeman line.
I am so sad that this game does not have more Hosonaga. Hosonaga is probably my favorite like side character.
I
don't know if he's my favorite. He's up there.
Out of the room.
I took everything.
Oh, you need the wine glasses and the tablecloth.
It's a
and the
good.
whole
I just put that shit in my pocket and walked away with it. I thought it'd be useful later. So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
Well, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote. And what had he written, Gina?
Seriously, Susano's so cool with reading people's diaries.
It's only when we don't do it. It's only when we do it. I think it's because she's been in the court. I think after being in the courtroom, she's like, no, we have to know the shit.
Yeah.
Dates, times, places, names. A whole long list of them. All details about a bludger supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps it was a record of the inspector's investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly. That's what I said. That's the first thing you'd think, right? As it happens, it was full of names I've recognized anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Well, yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd.
At the end of the list, you mean?
I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. Oh, the date before the inspector was found dead.
So, what was the odd name?
It wasn't like a name I've ever seen before. It was something like, Nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put that way. Oh dear. What a pity. It was something else too. I don't know if it matters. The same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. Don't suppose it means anything, but...
Wait, did we know that Josiah Brett was Shin? Did we get that information?
I feel like
maybe it
in the
told
last
us.
trial with the beach stuff that it came.
Yeah, maybe it told us. But I don't remember, like, knowing that.
Because I feel like we were talking about her arrangements and things.
Mm-hmm.
And it came up maybe once.
Yeah, I don't remember us knowing that, but I guess we do now. Shin. Did you say Shin? Assassin.
What? Does it mean something? See something?
Lord Van Zeeks knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds.
So Gregson looks up all the info, passes it to her,
And then she does the job?
deed.
Now we found out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook. Your investigations. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and all that. The lads at the yard trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
The day before. That would be the undercover investigation into the Redheaded League, then.
Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove what was pretending to be him, didn't ya, Odo?
Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson.
So they haven't probably found him anywhere much that day.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I've got my own ways of getting results.
Yeah! Yeah!
Me and my partner get together. There's nothing we can't track down.
Oh, where's your doggos in the chat? Where are they? Put them in there. He's off trying to find some papers at the pawn shop. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's the dog time. Yeah, Toby. I can't believe his name is just also Toby. Like that's wild.
Oh, little Toby. You're such a faithful friend.
So, have you tracked anything down then?
What'd you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, innit?
Ah,
Anyway, point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the Hellhound here.
right. Because he looks oh so hellish, honest. Can we give him a clue? Can we give... Oh, the Hellhound. We can talk about it. Pick him up again. Gina, about your Hellhound there. Whoop! Chief Inspector
Toby, you mean? He's a pride of the force, he is. He's a pride of the force, he is. In Japanese, police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For a canine, at least.
It should be. After all, in the great exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Drubber's workshop.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what a super dog can do, eh?
Do we have something the Chief Inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? Oh, What do we want to know came from where? His watch? His things? The wig.
I think the wig.
The wig.
Who was wearing
Wig?
it before?
Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this.
Aw, what a cutie.
I love that she holds him like a gun. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Oh God, he's got something. He's got something. Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Oh. Look what he's gone to. Oh, it was in the case.
My, that trunk clearly has a very strong scent. Of Inspector Gregson.
So it was his wig. In other words, it must have belonged to him.
Oh, all right. It's fair comp, I suppose.
You nearly got away with it too.
You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. And did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it?
That's enough now then, Gina.
Eh?
I think it's time you told us the truth about that trunk. The metal trunk.
I'm just trying to see if that first case was where...
Oh, it told us. Asashin, yeah.
It weren't like that. It just weren't.
What are you talking about?
I know it's going through that head of yours, but ain't what happened.
Right then. What did happen?
Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So I let Toby here have a whiff of the boss's overcoat. As soon as I'd done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich.
To a sandwich? Not a bag of chips? Oh, to sandwich the guy.
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe Gina means the witness.
Hello.
Beppo.
Beppo. I forgot about that sandwich.
Yeah, in between that one balls of his, the boss's trunk.
Sandwich, why were you holding his bag?
I mean, it seems like Gregson pays good money for you to do stuff.
Yeah, how much money did Gregson have at his disposal? You mean when they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here?
Exactly. He nabbed it from the scene.
Oh, never mind. Sandwich is just a dirty thief. Damn it, Sandwich! Swear to God.
I mean, he was useful in the trial.
I was useful in the trial, but damn it, Sandwich. Can't you just stop lying and doing crime?
You can't.
You can't. How many times how many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Goodness. Me and the chief inspector gave the sandwich a good grilling. A good grilling. And you know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price and the chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... But that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less. Would you Adam and Eve the cheek of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog?
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then.
How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Is there something wrong with that, eh? Well...
Maybe you and Mr. Sandwich should try to find the answers to that question together. Can we get the trunk? Can we get the trunk? I want the trunk. I need that trunk.
Yeah, we want to look inside
I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you?
No, I think they'll mess with
What are you on about? I am the
You
police.
should let us open it.
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it. Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence.
Gregson's trunk has been entered into the court record. Metal traveling trunk that was removed from the scene, but subsequently recovered by Gina. Grrr. Uh-oh.
He's not happy about something.
Uh-oh. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Mr. Naruhodo, be careful. It must be the trunk.
Oh God! Oh God! Oh my God! Oh Jesus! Oh horror! Oh my God! Oh God!
You don't want to play Nintendo?
I don't want to play Nintendogs right
An
now.
aggressive dog?
Toby, oh, what you doing? You're gonna lick his face off. It's Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. Gina, quickly, hail a carriage.
Am I dead? Did
Time to go to the hospital.
did Toby fucking kill me? Am I fucking dead? 2nd November, 4:57 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. What? Captain McD is gripping me fiercely and saying not a single word.
Those
What?
cases,
Yes.
the victims were killed by dogs.
The victims were killed by
They
dogs.
have a chemical agent that makes
Oh my God.
dogs attack you.
Oh my God. Yes, it's the dog killer. It was on
The
purpose.
Hound of the Baskervilles.
That's what it was. That's how they did it.
Because I was thinking, those are some interestingly trained dogs that you can be like, yeah, go find this
It's a
person.
it's
go
a
kill them.
it's a mark. It's like
Yeah.
kill this guy. So if I open that case, there's like kill this man drug in there.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh my God. Man, okay, y'all not man, this is one of those times where if I had a cam or, you know, at least a more reactable face, you would see Captain McD just like death grip grabbed my shoulder and stared at me for 5 seconds without saying anything.
I needed to not bumble how I was telling you, because a lot of times I go, oh, this idea, and then you don't really get it, and then I go, whatever.
Well, I think you say the like edge points of the idea, or you say the explanation for the idea without what the idea is, and then I'm confused because you start at step 2.
But you got this one.
I got this one. You took the time to say, little hellhound. Oh no! Wait. You need to make the Tobarus. Can I make it? Oh, I don't think I can make it in my channel because I can't modify your emotes in my stream. Can I? Oh wait. I can make do. Okay, wait. I can make a Tobarus in my stream. Oh no, get rid of this. Hold up a second. I'm doing something important. I need to make a fusion here. Where's okay, we're gonna go boop. And then we're gonna go boop. And then we're gonna go. This is a very complex emotion I'm doing right now. And then where is it? Alright, here we go. Here's my creation. Let's see if I did it right without a preview. Yeah, there you go. It's a little Kerberos. It's a little Tobarus using the dead pipe dog. Perfect. That's exactly what it would look like.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, are you alright?
Mr. Sato.
Conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow. After all, to drop dead after a moderate licking by a small terrier, most unseemly.
What is or isn't unseemly isn't relevant here, Mr. Sholmes.
Fucking just killed Sholmes with the glare there. Oh, there you go. Mina's got it. Mina's got the best version. It's Tobarus.
Yep.
I'm so glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? A bandage?
Sadly, we had no ice, so that's a compress of sugar water.
Sugar water?
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you.
So, let us take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup.
Oh, the bump on my head is throbbing sweetly enough. Don't worry.
Whenever you feel ready, then.
Okay. I guess can I, Sholmes, hi. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes.
My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared that infamous murder of so many had come back from the dead.
See, he immediately Sholmes,
did you just drop something that we didn't know about in game? You mean the professor?
Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff turned-up collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection.
So he's straight up just outwardly talking about it. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again.
Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in future, a little mustard spread on the cheeks should do the trick. I should think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly.
Just put fucking mustard on my throat. Got it. Let's go get tea. Let's go get tea. I'm hurting. My face hurts. It was attacked by a vicious, scary animal. 2nd November. Sholmes is sweet.
What? Mikotoba's here?
Who's singing? Mikotoba is here. There's... What on earth is going on in here? Am I having a bad dream?
Ah, no. It's an old German folk song.
A rather fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns.
Is he okay?
Is he dead?
Is he just drunk?
Iris.
Does she know now? Iris, what's the matter?
Her tea set or something's broken on the floor.
Oh, she knows. I think she knows.
Who's that sprawling, that relaxed gentleman over there?
It's your dad.
Oh,
Like, truth
man. No, I think they just talked and it came out. I think. Iris, is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. I do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation?
He's supposed to be singing?
Oh, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. And one that appears to have incited.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean?
We're gonna find what you're up to.
The strains of
Iris.
reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately to conceal, Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. Okay, so either Iris knows about her dad, or Iris found the case file.
So as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter.
And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale.
Dance of deduction.
Dance of deduction. So then, to Music Land, where all is sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Let's go! Man's identity. I mean, that's gotta be Mikotoba. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. As evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. Dude, it's the record player. So why is the man here at all? And in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you.
Just like he's in high spirits.
He's
knocked out.
He's nothing tells you know what? I want to make that unconscious face and then just tag it as a man singing in my stream, or as like an emote or just an image, just not anything surrounding it, but just the face going. Oh. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel the particular part of this mystery. And the reason for the man's mildly irritating wobbling is revealed by the herbal tea. You obviously offered to our German guest a cup of your latest herbal blend. The tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirits soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. And now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged in my services in solving a particularly delicate case. It required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might once have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gostrik Sigismund van Ormstein.
You think he came back?
You think he came back? The King of Germany. Yes, the King of Germany
Is
sprawled out on your couch. Yep. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yep, sounds good, Sholmes.
There can be no question, that mask belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude.
Hopefully monetarily,
So that I may be able to pay rent this month. Oh man, the camera angle is kind of changing. It looked like something's going on with the King's Fly. A well-mannered monarch indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Flawless, flawless, encore, encore. Girls, silence. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Is she hiding something in her mouth? She's doing a very like, face. Oh, those are the papers. Yes, the reason for your mutinous isn't concealed inside your knapsack. No, I think it's in her mouth. She's definitely like, A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness.
For only £5.
For $5. Yeah, man, sold out. Earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is this secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah yes, we need only follow that brief, involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. The furtive glaze. Furtive glaze. Furtive glaze. That's a good phrase. I'm gonna remember that one for later. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup? It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Iris, did you like drink glue? Is that what happened? Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. God damn it, Iris! How could you do this? I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Conclusion: to hide the coffee cup. Oh, alright, let's... no, depressed Sholmes, no. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. Aww.
It's like children always break stuff and try to hide it from you.
I don't think that's quite the case. Yeah, don't mind me, I'm just listening to King of England sing. He's got quite a set of pipes on him.
King of Germany.
Wait, what did I say?
England?
Yeah, sorry, the King of Germany. The visiting King of Germany. I'm just looking at his face and imagining the sound just coming out of there. With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial wobbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? This is so unsettling. It's just really weird.
Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me.
Pray, Mr. Sato, do tell.
His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived.
Ah. And you haven't said a word either, Iris.
Did you kill him?
Oh, look at that little, like, turn away she did. Just like, Mr. Sholmes has it all right. You might as well own up to it now. Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not.
Well, I actually read the story of that case recently, the one you were just describing. And according to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia.
Oh. Goodness, was it?
Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
No. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal.
What's in your mouth, Iris? Spit it out, spit it out. What's in your mouth? What's in your mouth? Like a pet, like you grab it by the throat and you're like, spit. No, no, no swallowing. Yeah, you grab her cheeks and you're just like, no, no, Iris.
I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in.
Yes, even Mr. Shums is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find out the truth behind this mysterious scene.
But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. I'm so sad. So, shall we embark again on a joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular? Woo! Let's go!
Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Man's identity. Why don't we just go grab his mask?
He's Mikotoba with Cosmo's mask on.
Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the Germanic song he sings and his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So why is the man here at all, and in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular part of the mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating wobbling is revealed by herbal tea.
So what, it's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing?
Goodness, I should like to try some.
It's the brew of inspiration. I'd like to hear your singing, but this man, just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? Starts chewing faster. No, Iris! No, bad Iris!
As I said, he's been stuck still the entire time, and if you look closely, his lips aren't moving either.
Oh.
So I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing. But I suspected the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze.
Oh, are record players like a new thing? Gramophone. Wait, this
is a gramophone, still rarely seen in our own country.
I'm curious what that says. I'm sure there's a translation for that somewhere online I can look up later.
The sound certainly appears to be coming from the horn.
But machines singing? That can't be right.
Science and technology are changing the world rapidly, Mr. Naruhodo. What's right is changing too.
Oh, it's too much for my brain.
Well, at least we found our answer.
What is the actual source of this boisterous singing?
Take that!
Gramophone. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the gramophone.
Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear that the fellow is unconscious.
Let's just turn that off. The music seems to have stopped now. Why don't we just bug him and wake him up?
I ask you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish?
How should I know? What the dude, why are you asking me?
On records.
Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. He required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved rather problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Orstein, the King of Germany. If my memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to the King of Germany.
Your memory's horrible, and we all know it.
Although we've already established that it was actually the King of Bohemia.
It seems Mr. Sholmes intends to persist with his Germany theory for some reason.
Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he?
Master Gotts, the boy who you had in tears.
Don't remind me, or anyone else.
Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy of mainland Europe wear masks?
I'm sure they do. Well, probably, anyway. The point is, the mask doesn't belong to any king.
No, that's right, as we all well know. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask.
Cosmo!
That's Kazuma's mask. That's a Kazu mask.
Take that!
Do. Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Ass Guy. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable.
You should scream.
I can't remember a single thing. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on this metal chest for several days. Well, that doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity.
Take off the mask.
After all, the gentleman is unconscious. We need only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask, and peer beneath it.
Hello.
I've never seen this man before in my life. I don't believe it.
Father? Father?
I'm afraid, Mrs. Sato, you must be mistaken.
No, I think not, Mr. Sholmes.
I know my own dad.
I know my own dad. Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. The mysterious visitor
Is my unconscious father, Yujin Mikotoba.
Why? Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying. It's like we just took his mask off. There was no deduction needed. We could have done that out the gates. Iris, what's in your mouth? Don't you put it in your mouth. Don't you stuff it in your face. Ryunosuke's so done with this. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. Did you drug him? Was this your doing?
Yeah, he's got a teacup, and her tea set's knocked over.
But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. You know what it is? Maybe she was about to drink it and then saw us come down and she was going to spit it out because it's like make you go to sleep tea. And she drank it with them and she's like, she was gonna spit it out later. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside your knapsack. So that's a 5-pound note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it?
Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money we encounter is in coin form.
I know. I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all. Have we?
But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence.
He certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. Must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose.
Perhaps what Iris is trying so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different.
What shit? I think she's looking at the tea set on the ground.
Metal chest. This metal chest contains important documents, doesn't it? And it's open right now. Yes, details of all the cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly.
So she was in too much of a hurry.
She was in too much of a hurry.
She just knocked the tea set over to open the chest.
Iris insists the chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once shown me inside.
Well, its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose, and entirely irreplaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once.
So it is. Da-na-na. That's hard to ignore.
Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before, and in all the time I've been staying here at Baker Street.
Unlocked metal chest.
Take that!
Iris, what's in the chest? Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that metal chest.
An excellent observation. For upon closer inspection, there's something different about the chest's appearance.
It doesn't have the logo in it.
It's kept locked at all times, yet now the catch is open.
Oh no!
Evidently, that has something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Let's just open this up. Here we go.
No! Hurley, don't!
Mr. Sholmes,
Hurley!
okay.
Did not expect
I was expecting like knockout gas.
This is a locked chest. Do not open it.
Don't open it.
knockout.
Fucking, you get fucking Shoryuken. Like, alright. You got me with that one. He's dead. I can't believe it. Sholmes is dead.
Never. Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it.
Did you swallow what was in your mouth?
Ah, so you found your voice now, Iris.
Oh,
In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform...
this is somewhat different than the usual dance of deduction you perform with Mr. Sholmes, isn't it?
Because we have to finish it on our own.
Well, he's left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so...
You don't actually know the answer yet, despite that knowing point of the finger before.
Mr. Sato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first, and think later.
Oh, well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then.
Why
Look around
couldn't
her.
Iris open her mouth the whole time? Iris, why do you have the key? That's a key she's holding, look. I'm sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it?
No, you're quite right. It appeared as if by
It
magic.
was in her mouth.
She was holding it in her mouth, yeah. That's strange. A big old iron key. Where did it materialize from? I think we're going with that.
Take that!
You were hiding this key in your mouth, weren't you? Your play was just... Oh,
Had to warn Hurley.
yeah. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back.
Oh,
Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before. Let's just go on and open it. Yeah, there it was. Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. That something is the key now in your hands. No doubt the key to the chest.
you're so clever, Runo.
So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration. You can well imagine what happened here.
But
Professor Mikotoba also opened that metal chest only to be punched into the air. And land sprawled on the settee.
I'm impressed that he's still holding his teeth.
Yeah, he had a firm grip on that thing.
but wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf? And the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask?
Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Yeah, they just all fell on him. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? Tell me, consider the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. When Professor Mikotoba opened the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside, the mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. No way! It just happened. And the teacup's journey through the air ended when it caught on the uncautious professor's finger. Man, what are the crazy odds? It just happened.
You mean to say that the stylish scarf
is actually just a tablecloth. This is the great detective's office, after all. A place of miraculous deductions.
Oh!
You gotta be the other side?
Yeah! Would you expect anything less? Iris, you've got some splaining to do.
Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runao.
This concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. I like that punch chest.
So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
And ignore the
No.
unconscious people. Oh, he's back!
Oh, he's back! An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes!
Why did he open the chest?
If you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction... Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. She is, from the look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Yeah, and we're back to the previous screen. Forgot that there was more. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup.
It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup.
It must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest.
Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here.
But now that deduction has taken a different direction, Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore.
In other words, her great secret is something else.
Let's put our observational skills to work one final time then. What is Iris trying to hide? Let's look at the notes. Let's look at it. Surely this time, at last, the knapsack is going to be the answer. I imagine that the knapsack is like something you pick multiple times.
I'm really not sure why you're so intent on showing Iris's bag to be complicit in these events.
Because it's a sizable bag, big enough to
carry things around, Mr. Naruhodo. That's what bags are for. Do you not know what a bag is, Mr. Naruhodo?
So the knapsack might never see the limelight, you mean?
I really wouldn't like to say.
We cannot inspect the knapsack. There it is. Ha ha ha. Nice try, Iris. She's trying to hide stuff from us. There's gonna be more papers there. Is Iris trying to hide them underneath the tray?
The insignia, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an official Scotland Yard document.
What? Why would Iris have?
Got the Van Zeek's spot.
We must ask her.
An official Scotland Yard document. Case file.
Take that!
You were attempting to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
Oh no.
Oh. We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. And Dr. Gorey informed us, I like that shot of her, that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. Clint Van Zeeks? Ah yes, I do seem to recall. You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are...
I'm so sorry. Forgive me.
Big tears from Bobby Iris. To hide the case file. What were you gonna do, Iris? Were you gonna, like, go bring it back or something? Deduction complete. Elementary. We did it. Yay.
Yeah!
In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Sherlock Holmes.
I'm sorry, Hurley.
So you mean this autopsy report really is...
Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important.
Was there something
Something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I've been looking for. When I saw this report, when I saw the writing in it, I knew it was Daddy's.
Oh no. We're now down to 2 possible John H. Wilsons. The writing.
Your father's writing. What do you really mean?
Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about.
Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows.
Mr. Sholmes, what is it?
I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. I'm doing this to distract you all because we're not talking about that case file.
We should rouse him, right?
But Father,
Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
would you be so kind as to lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll help you carry him up.
so will I.
No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew.
Okay. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Moving a person that is unconscious around is
hard.
really hard. It's actually really difficult. Like, unless you, like, have the proper technique to do it solo, like fireman carry. And even then, it's just, like, it's deceptively tough.
Also, Mikotoba's a big guy.
And Mikotoba's, like, a big dude. Like, I mean, I guess Sholmes is just fucking jacked. But yes, I've had experience moving some unconscious bodies. It's quite hard. And especially, and you know, some semi-conscious bodies, you know, drunk bodies are also difficult to move. Even if they try to be cooperative. There's no better way to make the professor comfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk. Oh god, is he just like, oh no, he's just like holding him by the arms and just like, boom, 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 boom. Oh no.
Oh, I've got to start again.
Comfortable as possible.
Comfortable as possible. That'll give him a nice back massage.
I wonder, perhaps that was deliberate.
So that we can talk and he won't have to, say
Oh.
no.
Iris has something she wants to talk about, but she's like, not with Sholmes here, I guess.
Well, Hurley, I think, feels obligated to stop us. If he's like, no, they kind of need to deduct some things. But I'm not allowed to
Just say it.
talk about the government secrets.
We must use this opportunity to talk with Iris. And find out what's going on.
Alright, Iris, let us converse. Your daddy. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father?
I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that notes about all the cases they solved together are kept inside that metal chest. That's right, Hurley told me, you see. He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet.
That's one way of describing it.
Then, When I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like.
Well, it's only natural.
You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too.
It's starting to look like the singular John H. theory is what's happening here. That's only natural, I suppose.
In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though.
Yeah, I finished the degree already.
Yeah.
But there was one thing I could never find out. Daddy's name. His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he'd made on his work with Hurley. But then one day...
That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out.
'Cause you saw
Is
the
that right?
handwriting.
Yes.
So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. The autopsy report.
When I saw the writing on that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting. I thought to myself.
Because it was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes.
Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that that was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it there.
Oh, so it's just like, this is my only chance. So you decided to steal it.
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. And the signature in the corners at the bottom of the autopsy report
Read Dr. John H. Wilson.
So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last.
I see.
Hurley wouldn't tell you your dad's.
Yeah, I mean, probably because it's like, don't get tangled up in anything he was. I guess.
Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson. And that's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then that I'd write the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you.
I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. I must apologize, Iris. Must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault.
Hurley?
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
Poops. Yo, what's up, Poops? How goes it? Yeah, the lock emote. It's because Herlock is here. I do enjoy that Luigi lock emote.
I know, I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gory and apologize. I promise.
Yeah, so we'll go together, I think.
And then, let me look after it for you until we get there.
Clint's autopsy report has been entered into the court record.
I must go and water my herbs, I think.
Let's check it out. Let's look at it. We're looking at it. And yo, Poops, how you doing this evening? I know I said hi, but like, what's up? How goes it?
Were you able to look in that box again?
I was not. Wait, can I look in the box? Let's look more in the box. There's a cut on the side. Yeah, let's actually investigate this because we haven't yet. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind.
Gosh, if a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force.
And probably while it was open, based on the scratch there. Wonder what happened. Whoa, okay. Huh. Alright. Look at this dark stain here. Been lurking. How goes the Ace Attorney? we are finding out a lot more about the 10 years ago and how interconnected everyone is. It's been a lot of Wilson was one of the guys on the autopsy. What did we find with Vigil? Vigil signed off on the guy being executed,
Even though the
but he
coffin
didn't
was
see the body.
already nailed shut.
The coffin was already nailed shut when he signed off on it, so that was sus. The governor, Scottish man, talked more to us, told us about... actually, I think the most important thing was the Ahsoki Papers. So we have found that there are papers that... any references to Old Phoenix? Not quite. Not the other Phoenix games.
The Von Karma.
The Von Karma we think might have a relation because the sword's name is Karma and Kanuma. He's met people, we think, that might become future Von Karmas.
Somebody took it as a surname.
Yeah, somebody took Karuma as a surname, so we wonder if there's a relation there. But the most pertinent thing in the past is that when Genshin Ahsoki was in jail, he had some papers with him that he was forbidden to have, papers and a pen, and Vigil basically caught him. And when Vigil was doing his rounds, he's like, "Hey, what's that?" Genshin was like, "This is my last weapon. This is my will." But they couldn't find the papers in the room, apparently, according to Vigil. But governor of the jail is like, "No, we found the papers. They're here. It was just a regular will." So that might be lies. We think that there's basically something in the sword that Kazuma has, but we don't get to know yet. Oh, also, when we found this trunk this trunk was in the room on Fresno Street. Sandwich, i.e. Beppo was holding it. Damn it, Beppo. Oh god, imagine if Beppo opened it. Yeah. So we found this. Apparently it's Gregson's. But when we went to open it, Gina's dog went nuts and started attacking us. So we suspect there may be some like attack dog drugs in here. Possibly related to Hound of Baskervilles, as we've been finding clues of like all over the place. Do you think?
Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
Oh, I knew you were going to say that. So that presumably means
that this was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. It's the most logical conclusion, yes.
To think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If you didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips. Open this bad boy up. Let's have a look inside. Now that there's not a dog nearby. Oh, papers. Papers and the drugs, which I'm sure it is. Okay, what's this papers? Yeah, drugs. Look, there's something inside.
Oh, let's see. It appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas.
Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then?
Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something. That was... Oh.
What is it?
It was for travel on 31st October, and just one day before the incident.
What? Really? So he was supposed to... It was issued to travel to France the day before his body was discovered. Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. Or he was supposed to. What? Weird. But okay, I guess that's all we get for that.
You can't look at the bottles or anything?
I cannot look at the bottles, unfortunately. I'll click it again just in case. I can't find anything out of place. Do this quick. Let's just do one more once over just in case. Nothing. Okay, so the document is the pertinent information.
Okay, let's read Clint's.
We can
look at that.
Oh, so we can look at the passport itself, just right here. Name, Tobias Gregson, passport number, blah, 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 blah. Date of departure within 1 week. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. So that was going to be Gina. Police business. So why would he be leaving the country, right? If he was involved with all the other stuff. All right, Clint Van Zeeks.
If he was doing it for Gina and trying to get out, you're not useful anymore.
Also true. Or he might be trying to escape the work that he was doing with it. Clint Van Zeeks, age 33, nationality British. Time of death, 31st May between 9 p.m. and midnight. Observation, death from a single stab wound to the heart. Other superficial external wounds, indicative of a duel.
Which is different than the other murders
That
that
is
were
different
done
from
by dogs.
other murders were done by dogs. Additional notes. Recent scarlet instains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no documented corresponding ink was found. Wasn't Brett supposed to end up in France too? I wonder. Maybe they were going to convene there?
Brett's dead.
Josiah Brett. But was she supposed to end up in France? Yeah.
Oh, so you think he has to do it since she's dead?
Yeah, maybe
He
something
has
like
to
that.
go off somebody?
Is there someone in France? An ink on him. Autopsy findings. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so doggedly for the autopsy procedure. No internal trauma noted anywhere on the body. But what was that
What
vital
was
evidence?
The evidence in the stomach.
That sounds like... Don't worry, we found vital evidence for the court. It was vital, and it was evidence. And it definitely points to this man. Weird. Okay, so I think that's all we got from that. Alright, bye, Iris.
I'll see you all later.
Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Sholmes is here for her, but still.
Ah!
What? How?
How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes?
Mr. Sholmes? Is... Oh. Oh, dear me. So, you've noticed, I see.
I was thinking it's probably his writing,
But
not John H. Wilson's writing.
That would mean...
Because her dad said John H. Wilson was never his partner.
Yeah, John H. Wilson was never... What on earth's the matter, Mrs. Sato? You've turned as white as a sheet.
It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all.
Da-na-na. What do you mean? How could you possibly know that?
I worked with him in the university. Because I know this writing very well. This writing
Is my dad's?
is my father's.
Oh! Da-na-na. So there was no John H. Wilson? Was John H. Wilson Mikotoba? What? And wait a second.
He said he knew for a fact that Wilson didn't work with Sholmes, so maybe
Yeah.
he was working with Sholmes.
He was working with... And then maybe the dude that died in Japan was not a Wilson at all.
Well, Mikotoba said he invited that guy to return the favor, so he might have been the assistant. Like, they might have just been, like, switched kind of roles.
Maybe? I mean, now this opens up questions to who that guy was.
But he's still a forensic scientist and came and worked with Josiah Brett and stuff. But maybe he wasn't, like, okay, Mikotoba is a visiting student.
Yes.
Regardless of how talented you are, you're not going to be put in charge because you're the visiting student.
Yeah. So it might just be
So-
using him.
Wilson
he's the
might have been
Wilson.
in charge, seen his talent, and was like, cool, just sign off as me.
Yeah.
You can be in charge because you
okay, so he
are
was the assistant,
advancing
yeah.
the field.
Plot twist, let's go. Professor Mikotoba's...
He was a person. We clearly had him. Signing off as him, but it was actually
Mikotoba the entire
Mikotoba's
time.
writing.
Indeed.
The guy
it's
still
true.
exists.
Best deducer. She's really good at deducing. And now you know, my dear
It's
fellows.
just like we're not allowed
No.
to do whatever court case we want. We have to be like, okay, student, you can
Yeah,
do this.
we have to be, like, led into it. No, I don't know anything. What on earth does all this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind, it's just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. The autopsy report writing. So, this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then? But that makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible. My dear fellow, pray, take a deep breath and think again.
Yes, you're right. In some ways. It actually makes a great deal of sense.
It does?
10 years ago is when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged?
Of course. He was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science.
And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes.
Oh, they're just saying he's a secretary.
Which would be assembled into the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document.
Okay, so he wrote it and then Dr. Wilson literally signed off on it.
In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's in the report would be his signature at the end.
I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson.
Which is very understandable, of course.
What a complicated situation. The details of Clint's autopsy report have been updated in the court record. Okay, your partner then. Tell us about your partner. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits.
Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, written by Iris.
And that's why Mikotoba had the book before. That's why Susato knew about the book, because it wasn't a book. The Hounds of the Baskervilles, that was a literal case that Mikotoba was just working on. We really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction.
He's like, exactly.
Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm
That's where
sure.
it's safest.
He's like, that's best for both of us.
So what about this supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not?
Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see.
And please come straight to the answer.
I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade and the only person I could truly have called a friend.
And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest?
Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely.
So, where's your partner now?
Upstairs in your bed.
We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world.
Oh, it is him. Okay. So yeah, so I was thinking. So what I said then, that other dude that died might have just not been a Wilson at all. That might have just been some other random name.
Oh,
The dude who got assassinated by Josiah Brett.
I think he might be a Wilson.
You think he might be a Wilson? It's a common name. So we're back to the two Wilson theory then.
No, but I was gonna say, if Mikotoba is Sholmes' partner, that's fine. He wrote the notes as Sholmes dictated.
And then you think
If
that's okay.
the
So he can
medical
still be one
reports
guy.
Were dictated again, and just Wilson signs off at the end. He's still a guy. He's just dictating. Mikotoba is just a scribe.
Okay. And if the autopsy report was written, though not signed by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion.
Pray, impress me.
Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotoba. In other words, Mr. Sato's father.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
you are coming along wonderfully. You've hit upon the method at last.
Was this on purpose?
You've finally grasped the art of deduction.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to look at that now. You mean to say?
Allow me to introduce you to my great friend and partner, Mikotoba.
Professor Mikotoba?
Alright, so yeah, he's just like scribing along stuff.
Yeah.
I was trying to get him more involved because he seems smart, but
Yeah, no, he's
writing
just
down
there.
notes for people.
Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson?
No, my dear. I'm still my old self, Yujin Mikotoba, your father.
Oh, of course.
This is obviously too much for Susato-san to take in.
I must say, though, How my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all.
He's such a bubble.
I still remember the first time we met. Ah, pray remind me. When was it again, Mikatoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago.
You were here 16 years ago and 10 years ago?
You were here 16 years ago and 10 years ago? Oh no, I think he was here 16 years ago for 6 years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'd just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital, some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. But rents are devilishly high in that particular area. That's right. So I decided I need someone to share lodgings and the expense, and was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation.
I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. He was just doing weird science shit.
Yeah, because it pays.
Yeah, sick.
And the situation of our cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe. It was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures.
But in the last year of Mikatoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case with which you've become rather familiar yourselves. The Professor killings.
After the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back home.
Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. So there you have it. That's all you get to know for this cutscene. As all you know, the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. This is just amazing. Professor Mikatoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. Wow. I think Susato's thinking about the book now.
Is going to be so pumped. She loves
Father.
those books, and her dad is
Oh,
part
goodness,
of
my dear. What a cutting look.
As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you were the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I must ask you to explain now.
And that is?
You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Iris's father.
Of course, I'd almost forgotten about that one.
I should have seen this coming, I suppose.
Iris's father.
Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris. That's what I told her.
But if you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you.
Oh. Upon my word, Mrs. Sato. You're coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. You've finally grasped the art of deduction. What?
What you've always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago, and you left me in grandmother's care whilst you embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris.
Oh, there it is. Susato-san's ice-cold stare.
No, hold on a minute.
Like, did you have a
It was
mistress
very
over
complicated. Oh, I mean, it's really not what you think.
Then perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is.
There it is. Now the ice go from ice cold to red hot. Just before she...
No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man.
That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Sholmes, when did he get all dressed up? Whilst I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikatoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion.
I want to know what he's supposed to be dressed up in.
I think it's more just that he went from, t-shirt to full gear.
But it's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go?
Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies.
So, get your coat, Mikatoba. The game is afoot. But Sholmes, I really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later. Our carriage awaits downstairs already. It'll make things more interesting while we let that simmer. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visit her home after 10 long years. And when I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably pass out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regain consciousness, I'm plunged straight into all this.
Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now.
What?
I've no doubt that whatever happened, you are acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you. Completely.
Susato. Our home. Oh man, yo, what if Susato's like, Iris is my sister? Half-sister? Or full sister and the mom was taken with him? What if they're siblings?
The great detective and his partner off on renewed adventures together. Is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams.
And Sholmes is your other dad now? Isn't that cool, Susato?
Well, I was gonna say, I feel like it would be odd for Iris to have such completely different features if they were full.
If they're full siblings. I mean, this is also,
Anime.
you know, it's anime. Anyone could be anyone's sibling.
Yeah.
Very well then, we'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruto. Good luck in battle, and in reaching a decision.
A decision about whether to go back to Japan, I suppose. Da-na-na-na-na!
So much happened that
more
day
voice
that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve.
Oh, the
to see
resolve!
everything
Dun! Da-na-na! And, ooh. I think
the
that's...
last chapter, I guess, is a continuation of this.
I think, yeah. Legendary pair awarded, save progress. I think that's a good time to call it. I need to, as much as I would love to continue going on, I have a burger that requires eating and sleep that requires getting to, as I have an early work day tomorrow. Boo. I don't get to stay up tonight, unfortunately. And I think CaptnmcD is also going to be going to bed. But yes, I think this is tying up everything a lot.
Yeah. Also, I like just casting our crazy theories. They're not coming through most of them.
Oh,
But every time something's
we're
revealed,
shooting.
we're like, oh my god!
We're shooting like we can see a target in the distance, and I think we're going insanely wide off the mark on some of them. But it's like,
fun.
but what if one of them's right?
That's
Like,
what makes it fun.
like that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, yo, what if that Wilson guy that died in the first case was just like, what if that was like not even a Wilson? Like, what if that, because that was a close court too. Remember? So it was like that could have just been a lie man, and that could have been someone else involved, or that, you know, it was probably the less likely, or the more likely I should say, is that it probably was just a Wilson, and that might be Iris's dad.
Well, I was gonna say, if she assumed that those reports were by her dad,
Yeah,
and she assumes it's Wilson.
yeah. There is a
But it
chance.
might not even be.
She could just be an orphan.
She could just be Shum's kid.
Yeah. What? Oh my God. What if she shows his kid? Yeah. That would be extra. Why would he lie about that though? That's so bizarre, but also possible. It's so weird. Like there's a lot, especially in this case, and like the will sent to Kazuma. I think we're pretty set on that though. That
Yeah,
like
I think
the
that's in
dad,
the sword.
the dad sent the sword, some orphan or a victim of something. Yeah. What if it's something wild? What if she's like Clint's kid?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Like, yo, what if she was like Clint's son?
She
Or
could have
daughter?
been.
She's Clint's son. Yeah. Clint's daughter.
She could have been Like
Coin
what,
locker.
like-
Okay, listen. Okay, I think no matter how
Not in
crazy,
Japan.
I think no matter how crazy things happen, I don't think anything's ever gonna be as crazy as fucking Yakuza 7. I think Yakuza 7 has the ultimate like shenanigans
That coin
twist.
locker, 2 babies in the coin locker.
Yeah, no, that one's.
At the same time, I don't think coin lockers exist right now.
Yeah, they don't exist. A coin locker baby. If we find anything remotely close to coin locker baby, I will scream.
You'll get some points, Mina.
You'll get some points, Mina. Mina, I will give you 1 billion channel points if something like that happens.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say, like 6 people died in that case. She could have been any of those
Yeah, she could be
high ups
any of them,
kids
yeah.
that they just took in.
Wait, was that was the chapter?
Yeah, that's what I said. The last case is, I guess, a continuation. Because we're on the final, that was end. That means we're on the
Yeah,
last
yeah.
case.
Wait, we didn't even. So this
We
is like
didn't
this
go back
whole
to
thing is a
court.
2-parter.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, no, I'm only taking that in now that like this court trial is taking up 2 chapters. That's insane. That's how big it is.
That's why Strongheart's so mad.
That's why Strongheart is so. Well, Strongheart's mad
It's
because
taking too much time, Ryunosuke.
I think it's also because Strongheart is like 100% in on
He's
like
the bad
all
guy.
of it. He's the bad guy. Yeah.
I think he's the Gauntz.
I think. Oh my god. I think we're gonna deal with a Damon Gaunt again. Oh my
Yeah.
god. That's gonna be 8 hours. We have to
But
make that
that's
special
when,
event.
when we saw him, I said he was.
When you saw him, you're like, that dude's
He
evil.
looks like Gaunt.
For anyone who doesn't know who Damon Gaunt is, he was the final boss of the bonus case of the first game. Which is an entire other thing. Which is honestly, after playing this, I'm like, maybe I'll play the original trilogy again. Because even though like I know everything, it'd be fun to narrate it again.
Also,
and,
you
and to
forget
stream it.
stuff. Like I never remember the full. I'll remember the overall story, but
Oh,
not
yeah,
the
we're-
little parts.
Oh, and 100% we're looking up a guide.
Yeah.
100%. Like we'll have it on the side. I'll try to do what I did with this game, where it's like we'll only refer to it after like a few minutes of bumbling around. But like we've beaten this game before, whatever. We earned it. we are allowed to cheat the second time around. That's what I think. And then that would lead into like 5 and 6, which I have never played. 5 I heard was like
Are those?
we will
ones
have
that
to
are
find a
out on
way.
here? Yeah. I was
We'll have
gonna
to find out a
say.
way. I've heard 5 is like the ending is kind of a bumble, but the rest of it is good. And then 6 is like rock solid. Although, I mean, I don't know if it's gonna top this one. This one's like
This one's
really good.
I really like these ones.
I like the story. I like how the story's continuing through all of it. And yeah, wait. Let's just to look at it. Oh, like look at this. You start with this, and hell yeah, this case was super fun. That was a fun one.
I like how
And then-
handsome we were.
I loved how handsome we were, and like even she loved how handsome we were. She was like, I think just like this new side of you, Susato, just like orientation changed. Just like, yep, I'm about this now. It was great to see Soseki again. I'm not gonna say it.
Because it wasn't it.
It wasn't. No, it had nothing to do with that movie. Nothing at all.
No.
What a shame. And now the 2-parter. The 2-parter resolve. Like, isn't it hype in a video game when you're just like chapter title is just the game's name, and then like you're like, oh, it's all but like yeah, it all comes down to this. Everything is tying up at a pretty good rate. So that's enough rambling for now. I think maybe next weekend. Oh wait, no, next weekend is Oh, actually no. The Sunday I think we're free. Yeah. So we will have time. Unfortunately, I think next Saturday I will be occupied. So
Yeah.
next Saturday will be no stream. But Sunday, Monday, yo, we're doing this. I think it might be the last weekend of Ace Attorney next weekend. So everyone get hype. Maybe what we'll do is on the Sunday, just because I know Mina's gonna be around on the Sunday, is if we start like extra early and just try to like one and done
I
it.
mean, it will depend on when I work.
It will really depend on when CaptnmcD works. So hopefully you don't call in sick that day. CaptnmcD does not agree with that idea.
I do not call in sick.
CaptnmcD does not call in sick. Okay, so but anyway, that's gonna be on the agenda for next week. I'm hype. That's a lot. And I need to force Salmon and Red Mage to play this game. I need to force them to play because they won't effing play it, and I can't talk to them about it.
And it's
I'm
so good.
I'm mad about it, but it's so wicked. Especially like I told Salmon, I'm like, yo man, even just play the first case of game 2. Just so I could talk about that, like every single case has at least like a gimmicky thing I can talk about. That's hilarious. So yeah, we're gonna call it there. Gonna be time to disappear. Yeah, we started a little early, so we're gonna end a little early. That's a good chapter ending.
Yeah.
And we're gonna say
up with our rambles.
thanks for putting up for the ramble. We hope to see you guys next weekend when we continue this and hopefully finish that great Ace Attorney Chronicles, clocking in at maybe 32 parts on my YouTube, which is gonna be nuts. That's a long game.
It's gonna depend how many parts they're in.
Oh, that last case might be a final boss. It might have like 5 parts. Who knows?
Yeah. Like, we don't know if it's gonna be just trial or there's gonna be more investigation.
There might be a lot. There might be a lot. But yeah, see you next time. We hope you all had a good time. Take it easy. And peace out, y'all. Catch you next time.